presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are St. Louis.
Well, you saw many of the shots during the pregame show, the rain falling in downtown St. Louis. And we have a weekend series that begins tonight. We hope, fingers crossed, the St. Louis Cardinals and the Milwaukee Brewers. With my partner tonight, Rick Horton, I'm Dan McLaughlin, and welcome to Cardinals baseball. Whenever they do play, this turns out to be a very big series yet again for the Cardinals.
And a good matchup in Game 1. Kyle Loesch going for St. Louis, and Giovanni Gallardo will pitch Game 1 for Milwaukee. The Cardinals have actually hit Gallardo very well. In fact, they played him on the 6th of April, and that was in Milwaukee. And we'll look at the video from that game, and you're going to see a lot of home runs. In fact, there were 4 of them. All the Cardinal All-Stars contributed. It was Molina in the second, then it was Beltran, Holiday, and David Freese homering in the third. So not a good outing for Gallardo, but he's one of the best pitchers, Dan, in the National League.
So he has had struggles against St. Louis. We know about Kyle Loesch, and he has pitched tremendous baseball here at home. The Cardinals had the off day, so many of the regulars after yesterday's off day are back in the lineup tonight.
Nice to have him back. Again, the expanded rosters are going to change how the game works in the month of September, but the Cardinals need to get their guys healthy. They really need to get production from Beltran and Holiday both.
And they really need a big start this evening from Kyle Loesch. We'll see if he can do it. A pair of right-handers, Loesch and Gallardo. Rain falling here in St. Louis. We hope to have baseball at some point tonight. Back with more on Game 1 in a moment. Back in downtown St. Louis where the rain has stopped and we're set for baseball. Many thought that this game would be canceled and played a doubleheader tomorrow. That will not be the case. We'll have baseball here tonight with our first pitch coming up in the next 3 to 5 minutes or so. Many of the players are on the field right now getting loose and stretching. Kyle Loesch is finishing up some of the warm-up tosses down in the bullpen along with Rick Horton and Jim Hayes. I'm Dan McLaughlin. It's game one of another very important weekend series, and the final time we'll see the Milwaukee Brewers.
And part of the reason why the umpires were willing to wait as long as they did to play this game, Dan. This is an important game and an important series, particularly for the Cardinals. The Brewers have played very well of late. They've won 7 of their last 10. They also have a hot pitcher on the mound tonight, so we are in for a very good pitching matchup here in game one of this series.
C.J. Cherry, you see now walking out of the picture. He's been with the club a long time and been through these rain delays. And it's interesting how many of the voices are heard throughout both organizations, not just the manager or the players, but many around the organization that have a say in normal circumstances, not like tonight, about what may happen with a game such as this.
And as you say, not like tonight, because this is the last time these two teams are playing. This is in the hands basically of the umpires, and they're going to make sure, if possible, the game is played. And right now, clear skies, and the radar looks good too, so we should be fine for the rest of the night. A long wait to see Adam Wainwright dance, but I'm sure he had plenty of time to work on his moves while we were in our delay. And this is kind of a supreme test for players, just to focus on the job at hand after waiting around for a couple of hours to realize, hey, this is late, but this is a big league game and it counts, and we got to be ready for it.
And it's a huge game really for both teams, as Milwaukee is thinking, you know what if we got a sweep here this weekend and continue this run? Maybe, just maybe, there's hope. You have to believe if you're Milwaukee. And meanwhile for St. Louis, they're talking about, hey, let's finish strong this weekend at home. Let's take 2 or 3. Let's go for a sweep and then do some damage on the road and not think ahead to that big series with the Dodgers coming up.
Well, you can't think ahead. The Cardinals have played very well against Milwaukee here in St. Louis, so they're hoping to continue that. And we wondered whether or not, as we get a few more dance steps for your enjoyment at home, we wondered if there may be some changes in the lineup, Dan. Matt Holliday was just scratched from the game, and Matt Carpenter is now going to play in place of him, and Carlos Beltran moves to the 3rd spot in the Cardinals order, and Carpenter will be in left field and hit second. And that's a change from what we were given earlier, and we thought maybe with the wet conditions we might not see Beltran or Holliday in this game. Boy, how does he remember all that?
Takes a lot of time.
No, wait a minute. Why?
A lot of effort.
Not how. Why does he remember all that?
That's the better question.
Let's start with that.
Does make it fun to watch. And
I love him.
Adam Wainwright does this every game now. Before every game, he's got choreographed dance moves with certain individuals on the team, and the guys get a kick out of it. Many times they show it up on the big board, so the fans, and many of them see it for the first time, and they're saying, what the heck is going on here?
So would you guess that maybe, I would guess that some of the players are laughing with him and some are laughing at him, but it's all about laughter either way. And Adam's willing to be that guy, and he just kind of believes that a relaxed clubhouse and a relaxed dugout is a winning dugout, and I can't say I disagree with it.
Ron Renicky and Mike Matheny exchanging the lineup cards, and we're just about set for baseball. We step aside. When we come back, thankfully, finally, our first pitch.
Getting set for baseball tonight, the Cardinals and the Brewers, and there's a look at the lineup now that he will face. Aoki, the leadoff man, then Ricky Weeks and Ryan Braun. Corey Hart, solid year at first base. Taylor Green, Carlos Gomez, Martin Maldonado, Jeff Bianchi, and then Yovani Gallardo, who's hitting 155. Loesch on the mound for St. Louis, and Kyle has had a terrific season.
Yeah, clearly the guy in that lineup you worry about is Braun, but Kyle Loesch has had a season that not only has produced 14 wins, but he has been very, very durable. He's making his 29th start, as is Gallardo for Milwaukee, so they are not missing any turns, and Loesch has a way of getting deep into games. In fact, before a couple of games ago, he'd had 15 straight games, Dan, where he'd gone 6 or more innings, and you think that doesn't help out your bullpen to have a guy that durable and that competitive for that long in a ball game, and that's what Kyle Loesch has been.
A couple things to look at early on in this ball game. Number one, Matt Carpenter normally is a corner infielder. His natural position is third base, and Carpenter is in left field tonight. Very slick field, but it does tell you what Mike Matheny and the coaching staff, how they feel about his bat. They want to get his bat in this lineup some way, somehow. So tonight, with Holiday as a late scratch, he's in there. First pitch is taken for a ball low, and also in right field, Beltran, you know, the sore legs and the knee, and something that you have in the game of baseball. The infield is covered up, but not the outfield. So you know that is wet out there. Carpenter coming on, and he calls off the shortstop, and tonight that's Descalso, one away. So look at the Cardinals defense. Carpenter is in left, Jay in center, and Beltran is in right. Freeze, Descalso on the left side of the infield. Schumacher, Craig on the right side. And behind the plate, the Gold Glover. One of the great players in the game today, Yadier Molina.
Another way Mike Matheny could have gone is to put Alan Craig in left field and let Carpenter play first base. But with Craig having knee issues off and on, and he seems to be at 100% right now, and has also played very well at first base, I might add. But you almost would think that would be a more natural thing to do, put Craig in left and have Carpenter play first. So we'll have to ask Mike his reasoning on that.
Rain delay of 2 hours and 20 minutes, and Ricky Weeks to the right side.
Oh,
rest of the bag,
that's
and
why
Loesch is there.
That's it. We got our answer.
Nice play. Ryan Braun will dig in. Another solid season for Braun, and he's part of our Toyota keys to the game. You keep him off the bases, don't give him a chance to drive in runs, and you have a chance to win.
The Cardinals have handled him fairly well. Just 1 home run and 3 RBIs against the Cardinals this season, but he is having another outstanding season. In fact, boy, if the season stopped right now, I'd be hard-pressed to not say he's the most valuable player in the National League with his numbers. Brewers not having a good year as a team, but at 99 RBIs and the home run power at 37, he's got the best numbers, that's for sure.
A strike on the outside corner to Braun. Cardinals have done a pretty good job with Braun this year. 37 home runs. That ties his career high back in 2008. He's 2 away from 200. He's looking for another 30-30 campaign, which would give him 3 of those. Time is called.
Watching Braun hit over the last few years and really kind of marveling at his ability, one of the things that you learn watching him is you can't stay one way with him in terms of how you pitch it. You might think you can get him in, and that's where they set up there, and Loesch gets that sinking fastball past him on the inner half, and you can think, okay, well, I'll go back there next time and do that. But he has the ability to adjust from at-bat to at-bat in the course of a game, and part of the reason he keeps putting up big numbers. You have to mix things up, and Loesch is, again, a master at mixing things up.
1 ball and 2 strikes. We noted last time that we saw Milwaukee how far Braun was off the plate. He actually has moved in slightly back towards the plate in his stance. But as you talked about, you think, well, then you can go outside. But he's able to take that pitch to right and not only take it that way, but hit it for power.
Oh, he can reach it. Trust me.
They set up way outside. The 2-2 spoiled by Braun. And Rick, they talk also about his plate coverage, just how good that is. To follow up your point, you think you can go in, he's able to turn on it. You think you can get him outside, he takes it to right. And he does so with great power.
Typically, if a guy moves off the plate, he's having trouble with the ball in. He's not worried about the ball away. He knows he can go out there and get it. But he's finding himself being jammed more than he wants, as he was on that particular pitch. So Loesch has gone in, away, and in. And that's what I mean by being a step ahead of Braun. Yachty sets up on the inside corner, and nice to have a pitcher that can actually throw it where you set up.
Two and two the count on Ryan Braun. On deck, it's Corey Hart. Outfield is deep. Big gap in left center. Braun chops it to short. Descalso fires to first and makes the play. It took 2 hours and 20 minutes, our rain delay, but baseball right now on Fox Sports Midwest. Score here in St. Louis. Mike Matheny, we told you about that late scratch in the lineup of Matt Holliday, so it changes up the first 2 and 3 spots in this lineup. Jay, Carpenter, Beltran, and then we have Craig, Molina, Freeze, Schumacher, Descalso, and Loesch. Cardinals lineup that will play here in game number 1. Cardinals face a tough righty, brought to you by Enterprise Bank and Trust, Yovani Gallardo.
Yeah, tough right-hander that hasn't cut his hair since the last time we saw him. I hadn't noticed that with Gallardo, but he has pitched very well, and maybe that's why he hasn't cut his hair. He was 6-0 before his last outing, and he'd had an ERA of 1.9, and against the Pirates he had a no decision, 4 2/3 innings, 11 hits. But more importantly, the Cardinals just seemed to just rake this guy, and he was a 17-game winner a year ago, but the Cardinals just hit him very, very well.
1 ball, 1 strike. John Jay has done a great job being inserted into the leadoff spot, and he was asked before the game, what's your approach in the leadoff spot? He says, I really don't change up too much. Would like to see as many pitches as I can, as he slaps that foul.
I think Gallardo had to get a bigger hat. I'm guessing yes. That's a lot of hair right there. He can pitch. 3 years in a row, 200 or more strikeouts, and on his way to his 4th straight. At 176 so far, you figure he has 5 more starts. And he's only 26 years of age.
Seems like he's been around for quite some time, though.
Sure has.
The 2-2 pitch. This is low and away. Alan Porter is our home plate umpire. St. Louis and Ron Kolpa at first as you get a look at the numbers for Jay since early August. Daryl Cousins, our crew chief, and Jim Wolf is also here. The 3-2. Jay slices one into left center field for a base hit.
And you wonder if a piece of Yovani Gallardo is already saying, here we go again.
Meet the defense behind Gallardo tonight for the Brewers. Braun, Gomez, Aoki in the outfield. Green, the Yankee, the left side of the infield. Weeks and Hart on the right side. And Martin Maldonado has been a nice find for Milwaukee this year. He's behind the plate.
He sure has. He's only 2 for 12 against the Cardinals, so they've handled Maldonado well. And if you're wondering about his ability to throw, he's at 26% caught stealing, so the Cardinals may run.
Bring up an interesting point. You have a guy like Carpenter that primarily throughout his career in high school and college was noted for a high average, sees a lot of pitches, but also a guy that could drive the baseball, where two spot, a lot of times the prototypical number 2 man is asked to bunt, move a runner over, those kind of things to involve small ball.
I like him in the 2 spot. I mean, I really do. I think he's got the ability. Well, you can really see Carpenter in a lot of places. That ball gets away. Jay reads it very well. And that should be a pass ball for Maldonado.
Many times Tony La Russa used the number 2 spot to get a guy going, hitting in front of Pujols, and Mike Matheny has followed suit many times for these hitters to hit in front of Holiday. And tonight it's Beltran who drops into the 3rd spot, and Carpenter late insertion into the lineup at the number 2 spot.
Carpenter's had some RBIs in this homestand, but he is 0 for his last 11.
Here's a 1-1. This is when good teams, though, do the little things. A Matt Carpenter pulls it to the right side, advances the runner, you bring him in.
That's all he has to do. Ground ball to second base. We've seen him do that in this homestand. We've seen him get sacrifice flies to drive runners in with a runner at third base. That's situational hitting as well. And Gallardo wants him to hit the ball the other way.
The 1-2 in the dirt. Matt Carpenter with most of his teammates. You and I were there the Four Seasons the other night. Carlos Beltran's event. Talking with Matt there, he said this is really an example of the kind of team we have, close-knit group. Guys like Beltran, they want to be a part of it to help out. And Matt was there for a long time.
Nearly every player and coach were there.
The 2-2. That is a base hit. Right center field, and it's 1-0 Cardinals. Carpenter is thinking too on his way to second and diving in head first. 1-0 St. Louis on a double by Matt Carpenter.
I like the at-bat, and I like the hustle of Matt Carpenter on this play. All he's trying to really do is pull the ball to make sure he gets Jay to third. But he hits the ball right on the nose, and he gets even more than that. No problem scoring for John Jay, and Carpenter sees some daylight and gets a double out of it.
There's your ground ball to the right side. Beltran advancing the runner, tapping it to the right side. Carpenter advancing to third. And it brings in Alan Craig. Already a 1-0 lead for St. Louis.
Move him over, get him in.
Craig's average has jumped up to .310. 20 home runs, 73 driven in. Runner at third. One out. Pitch to Craig. Taken for a ball, low and away. Versatility for Alan Craig has been shown during this homestand. He has played right field, left field, and in the top half of the first, made a nice play over at first. 1 ball, 1 strike. Asked him the other day about switching positions, and he said it doesn't matter one bit to me. Bring a glove ready to play, and I love to hit. Craig off the end of the bat into shallow center. Gomez will make the catch. Here comes a throw to the plate. Carpenter on his way in, and he is safe. They call him safe, and it's 2-0 Cardinals. Maldonado, he can't believe it. Ron Renicky out of the dugout. He wants to have words with the home plate umpire.
Very, very close play at the plate. Craig gets an RBI, drives it to the outfield. Good throw from Gomez. And the throw,
Ricky caught it near his armpit.
and I think that's the problem. He does not have the ball in his glove by the time Craig is hitting the base, and he makes that transition to his hand a little bit late. But what is tagging Craig right now is not the baseball, it's his glove. And the ball is loose, and the umpire saw it. The ball was in his hand, not in his glove.
Good call.
Right on top of it.
RBI for Alan Craig, number 74. Here's Yadier Molina. Already a 2-run lead for St. Louis. The Brewers have won 7 straight games started by Gallardo. That's how good he has been against the rest of the league, but struggling obviously in his career against St. Louis.
Pitch up and in on Yadi. Gets away from Gallardo. Matheny doesn't like that. I don't blame him. Molina took Gallardo deep earlier this season. Perhaps a coincidence.
Here's a 1-1. Gallardo, their opening day starter. Cardinals got to him that afternoon at Miller Park. That's tapped foul. Going back to the slide, and again the umpire in a good position to make the call. The ball is not in the glove. A very good call as Carpenter is safe.
He's holding the ball against his chest at that point. And I know that it is not fashionable, nor do most baseball fans just really enjoy saying positive things about umpires. But, you know, for umpires to make calls like that real time without the benefit of us looking at it 3 different times, they're really good at what they do. They really are. And these are the best. I mean, the reason they have to go through an incredibly challenging road to become a major league umpire. And, you know, we kick them every once in a while, and we're mad at them every once in a while. But you know what? They're pretty outstanding at what they do.
The Yankee puts away Yadier Molina. Cardinals play 2. 2-0 after 1. Cardinals with 2 base hits in the bottom of the first and have a 2-run lead as we advance to the top of the second. Tomorrow, kids ages 15 and under entering with a ticket get the Coke and Pasta House collectible pennant. And there are $9 seats for the ball game tomorrow night, which is at 6:15. Cardinals.com to get your tickets. Here's Corey Hart, and he looks at strike one. Remember, this season began with Matt Gamble, who was supposed to be their everyday first baseman, replace Prince Fielder. Hart moved in from the outfield and is now back at his natural position. He started at in the minor leagues with Milwaukee, and he's had a solid year. 27 homers. He's driven in 76. The 0-2.
And I think it makes a lot more sense for Corey Hart to be hitting where he's hitting in the lineup, too. I mean, there are times we've seen him in the leadoff spot, which I don't really think suits him. He's an RBI guy. He has power potential. He's only 2 for his last 13, however, but still dangerous with 27 home runs.
And Braun hits it out to left center field. Jay diving for it, can't come up with it. Carpenter trying to back him up before it gets to the wall. He will. And stopping at second base, it's Corey Hart.
One more look at that. Attempt by John Jay in center field. He's been good, but he's not that good. I mean, if he'd have caught that ball, I'd have just stopped the game and given him the Gold Glove right away. Although there are a lot of good center fielders in the National League. John Jay does not throw as well as some of them do, but where are the Cardinals without John Jay? What he's done with the bat, what he's done defensively.
Especially the last month and a half or so. Here's a fly ball. Carpenter makes the catch. Staying put at second base, Corey Hart. Little things that we talk about, trying to advance that runner to third, and he has to stay put.
Taylor Green just got recalled from the minor leagues, but that's part of what keeps you in the minor leagues, not getting the job done. And he did not move the runner over in a game where his team is down 2-0 early. That's just really inexcusable.
Cubs defeat Pittsburgh 12-2. Some of the finals already rolling in with our late start. Houston over Cincinnati 5-3. Aroldis Chapman gave up a 3-run homer. First time he's ever given up a 3-run home run. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And Gomez nearly came out of his shoes.
So if Taylor Green would have flown out to left field on a 1-2 pitch that was away, that's one thing. But for him to be first ball swinging and to not get the ball to the right side, it's just ridiculous. And for Gomez to be swinging at a pitch eyeball high shows a little bit of lack of discipline as well. Although he too is putting up some good numbers.
16 home runs. He's driven in 44. 0-2 pitch. Tailing in and almost caught him. Loesch this season defined by his pinpoint control and also the outstanding changeup that he's been able to use at just about any point in time in a game. Any count, any situation.
Circle change. We might see it here. Slider instead.
Flare down the right field line, and it's foul.
Occasional curveball from Loesch. He threw a lot of curveballs in spring training and said, boy, I've got a new toy. I'm going to use this new grip I've got on my curveball, and I've got something fun. And then about 2 weeks later, he said, I'll go back to the slider. I like that better. But occasionally he'll throw a curveball, but he's more slider, changeup, sinking fastball.
Second half has been much better for Gomez. Regular playing time. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Umpire mentioned to me how Loesch at times can be tough on a home plate umpire because he's always around the plate.
Right, nibbling.
Yeah.
In a good way, not nibbling afraid.
Exactly. Got him to chase, waves at it, and a strikeout, the first of the evening for Kyle Loesch. And the umpire, I should say, was very complimentary of Kyle, too.
And slider was off the fastball the pitch before, going to the same spot, very close to the corner, but disguising the little slider break, and Gomez saw fastball, swung at a slider.
2 outs, runner at second. Martin Maldonado. Fastball and a strike. Prince Fielder, by the way, a home run tonight. The former Brewer, his 25th, 7th straight season with at least 25 home runs. Oh, and 2.
Cardinals with an opportunity here tonight with this 2-hour and 20-minute rain delay. The Astros have already beaten Cincinnati 5-3, and the Pirates have also lost. They lost 12-2 to the Chicago Cubs. We're all Cub fans right now. And the Atlanta Braves beat the New York Mets in New York to start that series.
In that Cubs game, Starlin Castro reached 500 hits. He's only 22. Already 500 hits in his career. Youngest of 500 since Robin Yount. A tie into the Milwaukee Brewers. The Hall of Famer did it at the age of 21. Boy, that's amazing, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
500 hits by the time you're 21. One ball and 2 strikes. Runner at second, Corey Hart. 2 down. Change up. And a strikeout of Maldonado. Back-to-back Ks for Kyle Loesch. It's Freese, Schumacher, Descalso coming up. 2-0 lead as we move to the bottom of the second here at Busch Stadium. Subscribe to MLB.tv right now, and you will get the extra new low pricing for any ball game you want to watch on your iPad, your computer, your phone. Visit Cardinals.com, MLB.tv, where baseball is everywhere. Freese, Schumacher, and Descalso. David at .299 this season, 18 home runs, driven in 75.
4 or 5 Cardinals right around 300. They go below, then they go above. David Freese is one of them. But really, you look at this lineup from top to bottom, and you really stack it up against any lineup in the National League. The Cardinals still at .275 lead the league in hitting. Milwaukee, with all of their potent offense, are hitting about 18 points below the Cardinals. Just shows how good they are. Now the Brewers do have quite a few more home runs.
3-0. Had a long conversation, Rick, with David Freese today, and I said, you're about a full year away from being removed of that historic night, Game 6, and then winning the World Series and the unbelievable run that he had. And he said it still hasn't even sunk in. He said he still gets chills and will search it out to look at it, find it, watch it. But he said the best thing is it's really slowed the game down for him. Little bouncer up the middle. Weeks makes the play. And his point was, when you go through that pressure of postseason play and you're able to get through it and have success, and now you go down the stretch of this year's postseason, he said things just, they slow down. You relax and you have fun. You play baseball.
Yeah, once you've been there, you know you can handle it. The downside potential of that is to get complacent, and that's not what you're saying, and that's not what David is. But you can see players do that. You all of a sudden you get to the pinnacle, and then you think, okay, well, I'm just going to show up there again next year, and I'm not going to feel the pressure anymore, and it's just going to be simple. Well, it's not. The humbler comes and gets you, which happens to a lot of players. That's the term players use. The humbler got me again. And you do get humbled in this game, but the fact that the speed of the game and the excitement and all the things that go around it, David's used to by now because he's handled it at its best.
Schumacher flies out to left. Braun initially came in and then went back to make the catch for out number 2.
Actually had a light rain falling for the David Freese at bat. It seems to have stopped again, and our understanding is that the rain is all pushed to the east. At least that's what we're hoping. And hard to imagine, Dan, 2 hours ago that we would be playing baseball tonight. There was talk of playing a split doubleheader tomorrow, and the plans were underway for that, but somebody gave a weather account that said that we think at 9:30 it's going to blow through and it'll be fine the rest of the night, and that's so far been the case.
0-1 to Descalso. 1 ball, 1 strike. Percala's been out a week, and Descalso getting his 5th start of the possible 7 games since Rafael left the lineup. Mike Matheny talking before the game about Daniel and what he means defensively, and also they feel that because he's getting regular playing time that his offense will get a little better as well. A lot of room to the left side of the infield as time is called. The shortstop Bianchi is near the bag at second. They play in at third, so big gap between third and short. 2-1 pitch.
And for those wondering about Tyler Green, as you're talking about the shortstop starts of Daniel Descalso, Tyler Green on the season now .226 as he's playing shortstop every day for Houston with 9 homers. And Tyler Green was really supposed to be the insurance in case Rafael Furcal got hurt.
I just don't know if it would have worked here, even if he was still here.
I'm with you. And I would say the answer to that would be if Rafael Furcal would have gotten hurt in April, you give Tyler Green a chance to play every day at
Definitely.
shortstop. But if you're talking about a guy that is going to give you everything he's got for a month and fill in and not make a lot of mistakes and give you quality at-bats, I think Daniel Descalso is the best choice.
Count is full on Descalso. 2 outs, nobody on. And he waves at it and strikes out. First strikeout for Giovanni Gallardo. Jim Hayes joins us. The news of the day coming up in the third. All on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by the new wireless receiver from AT&T Uverse. Visit att.com/freeyourtv. Rethink possible. MyKiaSt.Louis.com. And get the All-American Jack Combo at Jack in the Box. It's a no-nonsense burger with fries and a drink for only $4.99 plus tax at participating stores. Get your pennant tomorrow here at the ballpark. Kids will take that home. And glad you're with us here for game number 1 this evening. Rain delay of 2 hours and 20 minutes, so we are only in the third. Jeff Bianchi looks at a strike. Jim Hayes has joined us here for the third inning. Rick Horton, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Bianchi is the 8th place hitter, their shortstop. Looks at a ball low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Because of the rain delay tonight, Matt Holliday is a late scratch, precautionary measure. The field conditions slick, wet in left field, and we haven't seen him now for 3 games and did not see him because of back spasms as well.
Left the game with lower back stiffness, and then on Wednesday he had a scheduled day off, said the back was good to go. But I talked to him today, and he said he used the off day to see the team's back specialist. Also got acupuncture and said he was good enough to play. He was in the starting lineup, but apparently sitting around during the rain delay wasn't exactly what he needed.
Slowly hit to second base. Schumacher charging and makes the play. One thing that Matt Holliday has been in his career here in St. Louis, for the most part, very reliable. You make an investment like the Cardinals have, you want to see that player out there 95% of the time, let's say, and for the most part, outside of some freak injuries or a moth, he's played.
Yeah, that's right. That's part of what I think goes into the mind of a team when they give somebody a multi-year deal and pay him a lot of money. Is this guy durable, or is he made of glass? And you can think of some players over the years who maybe have a lot of talent, but can't play more than 120 games, and so you're certainly not going to get your money's worth from him. In Holliday's case tonight, I think the conditions also play into it. It's a wet field, and you really want a guy with a bad back out in left field sloshing around. I think maybe the same with the right fielder, Beltran, in that on that particular point, but you've got to have one of the two of them in the lineup.
Well, Holiday takes a great deal of pride in his durability. You know, he's dealt with some little things, and he's always found a way to fight through it and not have that extended absence because he wants to play. And I get the feeling he wanted to play tonight, but they thought better of it with, as you say, the weather conditions.
Strikeout of Gallardo. 2 away, and we are through the lineup. First time for Kyle Loesch.
And we may see Holiday before it's over, too, in a pinch hit role. And one of the things that's happened of late, the Cardinals have had to rest some of their firepower, whether it's Freese or Furcal or Beltran, Berkman. You've got some guys off the bench who can supply some power. And frankly, that's something the Cardinals have lacked this season. You look at their bench production, pinch hit-wise and home run-wise, it's been low.
Lance got the start the other day, first start in a long while, and he looked like he was laboring running to first base. And he said after the game, you know, there's an element of protecting the leg, and he said he can run faster, and he felt comfortable. And he says what he does is his approach is whatever they want him to do, but he presents himself to the organization whatever they need him to do. But he said if they need him to start a couple of days, he feels comfortable doing that. But as you say, certainly a big weapon off the bench.
More so from the left side. Clearly in his career, he's been a power guy from that side. And, you know, you really have to rely, guys, at this point on the truthfulness of a guy like Lance Berkman. And, you know, I would say he's as straight a shooter as you're going to find in terms of, you know, can I play or can't I?
Definitely.
I mean, he'll tell you, and he'll say it like it is. We've seen that. We like that in all the sound we've heard from him in post-game sound over the last couple of years. He's been a very honest guy, and I wouldn't think that would be any different when it relates to an
timing
injury.
is an issue, but if he's not getting at bats, it's hard for him to get his timing.
Nice play on the backhand, and he leads Loesch. Alan Craig twice going to his right and making a fine play at first base. The Cardinals have Loesch, Jay, Carpenter coming up. The soft hands of Alan Craig at first base tonight. Leading his wide receiver, Kyle Loesch, on this football weekend. Here's a look at Lance Berkman, who, as Jim mentioned, made a start the other day against the Mets. Our house at home since July 1st, and the National League ranks the record very good, 25-9 ERA, outstanding. Opponent's average second best, the runs per game fourth, and the average at 287. You hit, you pitch, you win. That's what that tells you right there. Cardinals have done that since the 1st of July.
25-9, and really it's gotten them in the position they're in right now as the second wild card if the season were to end today, with Pittsburgh and the Dodgers beginning play a game and a half out, but Pittsburgh's already lost tonight.
0-1 pitch to Loesch. Just saw that shot of Lance Berkman On Thursday, he told Fox 26 Sports in Houston that he is open to the idea, potentially, of heading back to Rice. There's a ground ball where he was the 1997 College Player of the Year, and returning to finish up some studies that he'd like to get done, and also helping out the baseball program as a coach, not the head coach, but helping out with the program. And he said that would give him a better idea if he really wants to get into coaching. Does he want to do it at the collegiate level? Does he want to do it here? But he is a very good communicator, and as you talked about, Rick, a guy that has great knowledge, will shoot you straight, and you would think he'd be the perfect fit if he wants to coach.
Well, you also see the way he has a responsible kind of mindset towards wanting to get his degree, and very few players kind of get back and find the time and the effort and the heart to do it. Andy Bennis went back to college, local guy here, went back to St. Louis University, and we applaud him for that.
I see him on the side of buses talking about SLU.
He does.
He is their poster boy.
But it's really I think a testimony to the way these guys want to kind of be responsible and finish what they started. And you know, the fact that he was not able to finish his degree, I think probably just eats at him a bit. He wants to get back, and if he's going to get into coaching, why not be professional about it?
Jay fights it off and a base hit. John Jay is 2 for 2. Yeah, there wouldn't be many student assistants around college baseball with the kind of
with a World Series ring
wallet that Lance has,
yeah,
and,
so it's
and
not
a World
about
Series ring.
It's not about the money, clearly, for Lance Berkman. John Jay taking that pitch on the inside half, little inside out swing. His hands have been a little more quiet of late. Love to watch a left-hander swing. Beautiful, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So John Jay is the runner at first.
Why does it look so beautiful when a lefty does it, not a right-hander?
Down and into a lefty. I always think about a guy like Ken Griffey Jr. The sweet swing of Ken Griffey Jr.
Jim Edmonds.
Another one.
Loved watching him swing the bat.
Here's another lefty, and Matt Carpenter picked up a double, RBI, and a run scored back in the first.
You guys were talking about Matt's versatility. Before the game, Mike Matheny said he wouldn't rule out putting Matt at second base at some point for the rest of the season. That's versatility. And because he's such an athlete, they feel a guy like Matt can get away with it.
Mentioned earlier how much they love his bat, contributing and talking about guys going back to school and having that education. Matt, TCU, and then played for his dad. You're talking about a guy that knows how to play the game the right way. 0-1 pitch. Carpenter into center, base hit. 2 for 2.
So the lefties have been fun to watch at the top of the order. Jay and Carpenter now both 2 for 2. Carpenter not supposed to play tonight. A late scratch of Matt Holliday puts Carpenter in left field. He's 2 for 2. Has already scored a run as an RBI and a chance to score another here if the Cardinals can keep it going with Carlos Beltran.
I think you both would agree, stretch run, handful of games left. He's been streaky in his career. Be huge if Beltran could get on one of those hot streaks.
No question.
This has been one of his toughest streaks while wearing a Cardinal uniform currently that he's in.
Well, he's had stretches this season where the knees were barking a little bit, or there was something else that was nagging, and he's bounced back. This has been a prolonged stretch, but you got to figure at some point it'll kick back in, Ricky.
5 for 10 with a home run, and he bounces it to the right side. Can he avoid the double play? Out at second and safe at first.
We've seen him have, Jim, a couple of other slumps throughout the course of the season they got out of quicker. I think this one's a little more prolonged for him. And, you know, he's so hard to judge because he's so smooth, and you think, boy, his bat looks slow. But, you know, when he's hitting the ball hard, his bat looks slow. It isn't. but it just looks that way because he's so smooth. Carpenter does a nice job of going in hard at second base, tripping up the shortstop, literally, by kicking him in the shins. Good hard baseball.
Mike Matheny terms Carlos as a guy who doesn't waste energy. He's very efficient in everything he does.
Now Craig with 2 outs, runners at first and third. Alan Craig already a couple of nice plays defensively over at first. And Jim, we were talking about versatility of guys. Daniel Descalso has shown his versatility at shortstop, and Mike is sticking with him.
He says comparisons to Rafael Furcal defensively for Descalso are unfair. But he says that Descalso does a very good job. He has 2 young guys he can also plug in there. He says at his best, probably second base for Daniel Descalso. But in terms of Ryan Jackson or Pete Kozma, he says both guys have a lot to offer. But at this point, he feels more comfortable with Daniel Descalso.
I liked Descalso at third last year. I thought
that's where I like him too.
His late inning play at third base when he was filling in for David Freese was pretty good.
Popped up right side out of play.
And the filling in for Freese, which, you know, Tony La Russa was very quick to point out last year, that was as much a matter of resting David Freese's ankles and giving him some innings off. But, you know, you've got a guy that's fielding as well as Descalso at third. You also want him in there the last couple of innings, so maybe a little bit of both. And clearly, you know, shortstop is his third best position. He could play first base, and, you know, to be versatile
also
now,
the backup catcher.
Got to throw that in.
Emergency catcher.
You're going to go with 12 pitchers, and you're going to be a bench player. You better be able to play 3 or 4 positions.
The 2-1. 2-2.
Gallardo has a good fastball, good movement right towards that outside corner, 93 miles an hour. And that's a pitch that Craig can't really hit well, so why not take it and hope he makes a mistake on the 2-2.
The 2-2 on its way. Blocked by Maldonado.
Makes me think of Tommy Herr. Used to preach to younger players. Hitting is all about hitting the right pitch in that at-bat. And the wrong pitch for Alan Craig would have been that 2-2 pitch. If he hits that, I mean, pitch was painted by Gallardo. Nothing good's going to happen there. And he could have put that ball in play, and he'd be out. So you take that pitch, you hope for a mistake, and Tommy Herr was a very patient hitter, a smart hitter. And I think hitters that know the zone, know their strengths, and wait for the right pitch to hit. It might even be the first one you see.
Runner off from first on a 3-2, and Craig pulls it foul.
Better pitch to hit there.
So from your school of thought, guys that jump on the first pitch, when they feel that's the best pitch they're going to get to hit, you're fine with that.
Sign me up. Way too much talk from people about it's a bad thing to do, swing at the first pitch. That's just not good baseball to me, to take a pitch right down central in the first pitch. If that's the one you can hit, have at it.
Especially a guy as tough as Gallardo can be if he's ahead in the count. The 3-2, and Craig is caught looking. No argument. Cardinals will strand 2. Gallardo picks up the strikeout, his second. See Jim on the postgame. Time to start planning your next Missouri getaway. Welcome to the state capitol and Governor's Mansion in Jefferson City. Missouri State Capitol was completed in 1918, covers 3 acres in downtown Jeff City. Make sure you take the tour, take in all the sights, and find out more about the Missouri State Capitol at visitmo.com. That's our final presentation of the year from the group at the Missouri Tourism. And we thank them very much for all their participation and helping us throughout Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest. Visit mo.com to find out about all those great places to go to. Ricky Weeks with a base hit into right center. Beltran is over, backhands it, and throws a strike into second base. Holds Ricky Weeks to a single, and he's 1 for 2 on the night.
The easy speed of Carlos Beltran running it down, and he's really thrown the ball very well, especially this last month. 9 outfield assists, 7 of them since the 1st of August.
Here is Ryan Braun, greeted by boos here in St. Louis. Grounded out to short his first time up. There's strike 1. Now, we were talking in his first at bat how Braun will have consideration, and numbers wise, rightfully so. Take a hard look at what he's done for MVP. Last year, you couple his numbers with the fact that his team was very good, made it into postseason play, helps your cause. It's always interesting to hear how a voter will vote. Does he come from a winning team? Is it the best numbers? Is he the best player in the game or the league? But this year, you had the controversy in spring training, and that was overturned, and you wonder if that's in the back of the minds of voters this season.
Well, I'm sure it's in the back of the mind of a lot of voters. Yep. I don't think they're going to ignore that, and you know, I can't say beyond a shadow of a doubt whether he's guilty or not. I know that basically his suspension was overturned. That's all we really know, but certainly the shadow of doubt out there on the other side from the writer's point of view that are going to vote on that MVP to say, well, I'm just having a hard time voting for him because I'm not sure. And so that's going to be out there. There's no question.
Human nature, isn't it?
No doubt about it.
1-2 the count on Braun.
And the argument about whether or not he needs to be on a team that's playing well or not is still a raging argument.
Yeah.
And you can make a case both ways, and you'll find 2 very, very good baseball people that have been around this game a long time that will be on opposite ends of the spectrum on that.
The Braves have won 5 of their last 6 games, and it's their pitching that's carried them. 27 consecutive innings without scoring an earned run, and they have scored just 2 over the past 32 innings, but yet they're finding a way to win. It's been done with pitching. 3-0 over the Mets this evening.
Their pitching faltered last year when the Cardinals overtook them. And still would be a bad idea for the Cardinals to push to chase the Atlanta Braves again this year. But it was really the back end of their bullpen that faltered. The young pitchers that just could not close out the season as dominating as they were. Venters and Kimbrel, they were just so nasty. But they struggled down the stretch and they couldn't score a run.
2-2, a line into right field for a base hit. Beltran firing from right field into third, hits the runner, scoops away. Braun will advance to second base, and Weeks has to stay put at third. Well, you got an idea there, Rick, about the arm of Carlos Beltran in right. That was a cannon.
And right on the money, too. Unfortunately, the ball hits Ricky Weeks, who's going to be a close play at third. Trying to get outfield assist number 10. Weeks runs very well, and he's going to test Beltran. And the throw hits him right in the back and gets away. And Loesch was a little late backing up third. He's still on the run right now, but fortunately that ball doesn't go into the dugout. Otherwise, it'd be 2-1. Bad news is, by throwing to third base, you're allowing the tying run to get to second base in Ryan Braun.
Ball 1 to Corey Hart.
It was ruled that he went to second on the throw. I don't agree with the ruling. It should be an error on Beltran because he wasn't going to go. The throw was low. It was a good throw.
2-0.
But Descalzo did a nice job of convincing Braun that he was going to cut that ball off, so Braun wasn't going to go to second base. Ball got away, and he did go.
Almost as if they're pitching around hard now to make it 3-0. Green is on deck. First base is open, but nobody out. 3-1.
Sure looks like it. They're being very careful with him. You've got the young third baseman Taylor Green up next, followed by Gomez. And now Loesch battling his way back into the count now. And, you know, you see that happen a lot where a pitcher is very careful at the beginning of the count, and then you get a couple of strikes. Then you start to gain the confidence, and then you throw one right down central. So Kyle Loesch is going to have to guard against that, thinking, well, I've come 2/3 of the way back. I might as well come all the way back, but you still have a dangerous hitter at the plate in Corey Hart.
Held on to by Molina. Look at that. He strikes him out. When he got to 2-0, the next pitch was way outside, and it made you think that he was going to pitch around Hart, but clearly that's not the case.
Hey, that's awesome pitching right there. To be down 3-0 on Corey Hart, to come back and throw a 3-2 changeup way out in front. It's a perfect look of what happens to a hitter when he's fooled by a changeup. He releases too soon, the ball's not there. End up off balance.
Ball 1 to Taylor Green, who's hitting 195. Flied out to shallow left, first time up. Hit sharply but foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Give these fans a lot of credit for sticking around. 2 hours and 20-minute rain delay. Start this series on this Friday night.
And it's starting to rain a little bit again now. Just a slight drizzle here at Busch Stadium. Second time we've seen that since the game started.
One pitch. 2 balls and 1 strike. Two and two. Brewers minor league player of the year last season. 22 home runs, 91 RBIs between AA and AAA. The 2-2 pitch on its way. Full count. And he hit .336 that led all the minor leaguers a season ago for Milwaukee. So he's been on their radar for the last couple of seasons.
Didn't get the job done last at bat. Ground ball produces a run here.
Ground ball slowly hit, and Craig will step on the bag for the out. Brewers get on the board. RBI for Green, his 11th. And it's a 2-1 ball game. The fundraising finish line for the Cardinals Cares 6K just around the corner. Get your friends and family involved. It's a week from this Sunday. And if you've already signed up, remember to make sure and get your friends, coworkers to support you. You have until September 9th to to go past that goal of $75, and it all goes to Cardinals care. And again, Gomez nearly coming out of his shoes on that swing. Cardinals care has raised over $18 million, 100% of that going to children in St. Louis since 1997.
Gomez doesn't get cheated, does he?
No, he doesn't. That's strike two. Inning started with a single by Weeks. A single by Braun. Hart struck out, ground out by Green, but picked up the RBI. Off the end of the bat and a foul ball.
Gomez wanting to show off his speed on that little tapper that went foul. He has 30 stolen bases. He's been a big part of their offense. Cardinals not seeing Aramis Ramirez in this game, but we'll see him before it's over. And you mentioned Matt Gamble, him being hurt. They also had other injuries too. Their shortstop, Alex Gonzalez, who was coming over from the Atlanta Braves, and we think as good a fielding shortstop as we've seen in the National League the last couple of years. He got hurt in the early going, so he's out.
Slowly hit to the right side. Schumacher is there. Gomez retired, and he's 0 for 2. Yadier Molina leads it off when we come back. Lions, then an America's game on Fox. The 49ers battle the Packers at Lambeau Field. Coverage begins this week with the Built Ford Tough Fox NFL Sunday pregame show at 11 a.m. Good luck to the Rams. Molina will lead things off. Then Freese and Schumacher. If you're just joining us, 2-hour and 20-minute rain delay to start the ball game. That's why we are only in the bottom of the fourth. RBIs tonight back in the first inning for Matt Carpenter and Alan Craig. Green has picked up an RBI for Milwaukee, and it's a 2-1 St. Louis lead in the home half of the fourth. Ground ball to short. Taken by Bianchi for the first out. All of a sudden you see that Gallardo's beginning to settle in after that first inning.
17-game winner a year ago, 17-10, and he's been very consistent when you look at his development as a starting pitcher for Milwaukee, and they're really investing in him and considering him to be their #1 guy, and I don't blame him. He's very good with the bat. He has 10 career home runs as a pitcher, so he's athletic and he seems durable. And for some reason, the Cardinals have just hit him well. 1-9 in his career against St. Louis. Almost hard to imagine that. as good as he's been overall.
1 ball, 1 strike. Strike 2 on David Freese. Mentioned that David is part of a fundraiser coming up here at the ballpark to benefit Johnny Venus, who is a drummer for a local band called Greek Fire. They will be here performing for the ball game on September 18th. And Johnny Venus dealing with cancer right now, so David has decided to step up. The Cardinals have as well $20 tickets for that game. Half of those proceeds will go to the recovery for Johnny and also cancer research as Freese grounds out. 2 outs, and it brings in Skip Schumacher. Find out more about that. The tickets at Cardinals.com. Only $20 tickets. Benefit the local leukemia foundation. Research for treatment. Benefit Johnny's recovery. We hope that fans take part in that. Discounted seats. Cardinals.com to find out more. And if you know about the band Greek Fire, Story of the Year will be here. Cabo will be here. All performing acoustic sets in the Ford Plaza. These are local bands that travel the country, travel the world. Well known in many circles, so should be a very special night. Again, that's Tuesday, September 18th. We hope to see you here at the ballpark. 0-2 on Schumacher. One-two pitch. Skip taps it left side and foul. Really kind of a lost year this season for Milwaukee because of the injuries that you mentioned earlier. They traded away some of their talent, like a Zach Greinke that goes to the Angels. Reports were they offered him a $100 million plus contract, and he turned that down. Randy Wolf is now pitching with Baltimore. And their bullpen has been at times awful.
We haven't talked about that yet. John Axford really did not get the job done in the middle of the season. They went to Francisco Rodriguez for a while, and that didn't work. In fact, it worked for 3 days, and then it stopped working. And they got a couple of other choices out in that bullpen. They actually used Livan Hernandez to close out a game. There's a right-hander, Jim Henderson, who they're very high on, who's got a very good arm, and they think he may be that guy at some point. Axford is the closer at the moment, but that issue really hurt them in the middle of the season. They lost a lot of games they should have won.
Count is full after a start of 0-2 in this at bat. Cardinals face Mike Fiers tomorrow, who's been very good. A rookie for Milwaukee. Sean Markham, 5-4, injury plagued season for Markham. Free agent to be. He'll go on Sunday. Cardinals have Westbrook tomorrow, Joe Kelly on Sunday. Here's a 3-2 pitch to Schumacher. High fly ball. Gomez with room near the track and puts it away. Cardinals go in order. Maldonado, Bianchi, Gallardo coming up. 7, 8, and 9 for Milwaukee. Macland, will they get a souvenir tonight? Don't forget that McDonald's is offering $1 off discounts on McCafe products at all St. Louis McDonald's restaurants. It's from 2 to 5 every day. Iced drinks and the shakes, real fruit smoothies, all at McDonald's. There's a strike at the knees to Maldonado, underway here in the top of the 5th. Rick Loesch is a great example of not being an overpowering pitcher in terms of the high velocity fastball, but especially this year, he truly, and that one caught Molina, he truly pitches, mixes speeds up and down, in and out, all the things that you hear about that you want to see out of a pitcher.
And to say that he doesn't throw hard wouldn't be the right statement either, because he still has a live fastball. And the life of it, the ball seems to hop, and there's a look at that ball catching Yachty. He does have the late movement that we talk about as being very important, and the ball just seems to explode to spots. And so it's not as if he's just flipping it up there either, but he's not clearly a 94, 95 guy, although he used to be.
Ground ball, and Descalso does not get to it. Martin Maldonado with a base hit. As well as Daniel has played with the glove, and it has been good, very good at times. You definitely see the difference in range, and you get accustomed to watching Furcal night in and night out get to many balls you just don't expect others to get to, and he does. And it's not a knock against Daniel, just the range of Furcal is so good.
Well, if you think about Furcal, you think range. If you think about Descalso, you think of good hands. And at shortstop, you kind of want to have both.
Strike to Bianchi. We haven't seen nearly as many pickoff attempts this season by Yadier Molina. And I'm sure that's part of the equation of Pujols being gone, dealing with and trying to get on the same page as an Alan Craig or Lance Berkman.
And I think it's a big meeting that all first base coaches had throughout the National League, saying, you know, we're kind of embarrassed by this.
And that's the other part of it, too.
No doubt. I mean, if you're a first base coach and you allow your runner to get picked off, now you can't fully control it, but you've got to communicate to your runner, and there's some communication going on right now with Garth Orge and Maldonado, reminding him, hey, be careful. This is not your everyday normal catcher behind the plate. Don't get lulled to sleep, and that's part of what you're trying to communicate. And, you know, the word's out, clearly. No mystery.
Now, I would counter that and say the word has been out for about the last 5 years, but still he was able to get guys. It was unbelievable.
Everybody didn't get the email the first couple of years. It was in their spam mail or something. And
didn't get the message.
No, didn't get it, but now they know.
2-2 the count. A little larger lead this time by Maldonado. In on his hands. Nice pitch. And a strikeout of Bianchi. That's number 5 for Kyle Loesch. Gallardo, and as Rick said, you have to be careful with him. He does have a home run this year, and he's driven in 8, squaring around to bunt, and pushes it foul for strike 1. A strikeout back in the 3rd inning of Gallardo. Not many home dates remaining after this weekend. Cardinals come home after a West Coast swing for 3 against Houston. You got the Ice Cream Sunday this weekend. Also, kids can run the bases on Sunday. Gallardo gets the bunt down. Loesch to Schumacher, who's covering at first base. Runner advances into scoring position. Potential tying run is at second. A 2-1 game. So ice cream Sundays, and that again will be this Sunday. Kids can run the bases after the game. So 3 with Houston when we get back home, and then on the road. And the Cardinals wrap up the season, the regular season, with Washington and Cincinnati here at Busch Stadium.
It's what you hope for when you leave spring training. You want to have meaningful games in September. Every team wants that. Then you'd like to follow it up with meaningful games in October. But there is something about being in this game at this level when you have no chance. I mean, it's tough, Dan. I mean, I know it's the big leagues, and you say, well, why can't you love it? You're in the big leagues. But when you have no chance to win and everybody's talking about the teams setting up for the playoffs and the pennant races, and you're not a part of that, you're just the guys that might be spoilers. I mean, it really is disheartening for players that are geared to win and to be winners.
Here's a 2-0. Norichiki, Aoki. A 2-1 Cardinals lead here in the top of the 5th inning for St. Louis. Two-one pitch.
When we first saw Aoki play the first week of the season, he was overmatched. I mean, big time overmatched. But he certainly has figured it out. He's having a nice season.
After the injury to Gamble, we saw Hart move into first base, so Aoki a chance to play.
Frankly, Nyjer Morgan's been a bit of a disappointment for this team.
Very much so.
He went 139 at-bats to start this season without an RBI.
It's hard to do, isn't it?
That's a major league record. That's how hard it is.
Yeah.
I mean, you think you just fall into one.
Here's Ricky Weeks. Takes a strike, doesn't like the call. Weeks is 1 for 2 with a run scored. Loesch has struck out 5. And he has allowed 4 base hits, 4 hits aside thus far. Ground ball sharply hit to Freeze. Force play at second, and somehow Schumacher stays on the bag. No argument from Aoki. 2-1 midway through 5. What's on tap in a 2-1 lead? Don't forget we have Game 2 tomorrow here on Fox Sports Midwest. Will come your way at 5:30. Presented by Budweiser. Fires 8-7. The rookie against Jake Westbrook. The veteran is 13-10 this year. What's on tap brought to you by Budweiser. Descalso looks at a breaking ball and a strike underway here in the home half of the fifth. Grounder and a diving stop. Ball is loose and safe at first is Descalso.
Kind of good work all the way around right there. Corey Hart almost makes a very good play diving to his left, but Descalso hustling all the way smelled a hit. Here's a look at the ground ball. He smothers it. It scoots away from him a bit. He tries to backhand it. And as athletic as you can be, tough play. Is he safe? Yes, he is. Good look on our Plaza Tire Service Foxmo.
Strike on Loesch. First time up, grounded out to second base. 0 for 1.
Loesch has been a very good bunter.
The 0-1 pitch. Shaking his right hand. That's strike 2.
Yeah, and the goal here is the third baseman's going to be charging harder. You're trying to bunt this ball to first base if possible. That ball kind of bearing in on him and tips off his bat and seemed like it might have jammed his finger a bit. He'll be bunting again, 0-2, I would imagine. And again, the first baseman has to hold the runner on, so bunt it to first if you can.
Pulls back at the last second, 1-2.
Also want to announce, Dan, that it is our favorite day of the week. It's Friday, and on Friday we have our Hungo Award, which is the most important part of our week. And we're going to kind of open it up to Cardinal fans on Twitter to vote for the Hungo this week. We're going to go kind of fan-based with our Hungo Award. And if you go to Ricky H49 and vote, we'll tabulate on Twitter, Ricky H49. And
that would be you.
That would be me, and I'm going to do the math. And for our post-game show, we'll announce the best Cardinal player this week. Who's made a difference? Who do you want to get the Hungo?
Ricky H49. That's your Twitter handle.
You got it.
Ricky H49. So we ask that you tweet to Ricky, and we'll count up thousands of those tweets that come Ricky's way, if not hundreds of thousands. Ball down low to Jay.
Early leader, but I'm not telling you who it is.
'Tis the voting season. Runner goes, and a liner into center field. Jay is 3 for 3. I know who's got my vote.
Hey, your vote doesn't count unless you get on Twitter. I'm sorry.
Jay is 3 for 3.
Good base running by Descalso, heading to third.
One out, and here is Carpenter. Top of this lineup. John Jay and Matt Carpenter are 5 for 5. Off speed pitch taken low. Key in this ball game tonight, what these teams have done with runners in scoring position. And opponents have hit 195 with runners in scoring position against Loesch this year. Brewers have not done much. Again, breaking pitch that's low, 2-0.
And you get the bunt down, and it's 3-1.
2-0 pitch. Taken for a strike. Check swing, and he went. Should remind folks that when they tweet to Rick, he will read most of these, so please try to stay within the parameters of the baseball diamond for your Hungo winner.
Getting some funny answers. You're amusing me, but we do want to know who you think your favorite Cardinal is for the past week, and we appreciate your votes. And we'll let you know during the post-game show.
2-2. Carpenter, a swing and a miss. Big strikeout for Gallardo. That's number 4. And it's up to Beltran.
Really just a fastball right down the middle. It was up. And good riding fastball from Gallardo. He mentioned he's a strikeout pitcher. And vote for the Hungo. Ricky H49.
2 outs, 2 on. Beltran late with that swing. Twice he is grounded out. He's 0 for 2. Average has dipped to 263.
Don't even need a convention for this vote. This is just Twitter. That's it.
Just missed inside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Good time for him to break out right here, wouldn't it be?
Mm-hmm. Runner goes from first, and a stolen base for John Jay.
That's his 16th. He's only been caught 4 times. And a good time for him to go. You wouldn't expect Maldonado to throw down. Going to have a conversation now with the pitcher Gallardo. There's the big break, and he's not even thinking about second base.
We even had some votes coming in from those in the sports world that cover other sports that would like to see some former players of the Gridbirds as a part of this. 2-1 pitch. Boy, Beltran would love to have that back up in his eyes. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Put in play, slowly hit to short. And Beltran is retired. The Cardinals strand 2. Gallardo pitches out of a jam. Braun, Hart, Green coming up. West is brought to you by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. And by Ford, the official vehicles of the world champion St. Louis Cardinals. Tweets have been rolling in for the Hungo tonight. Ricky H49, Ricky H49, and send in your tweet. It's Braun, Hart, and Green.
Well, this is the part of the lineup that you worry about when you have to deal with Braun and Hart. You figure to have to face him one more time, but batting here in the 6th inning, a big inning for Kyle Loesch to try to protect this 1-run lead. He's only given up 4 hits through 5. Been very typical Kyle Loesch tonight. After a 2-hour and 20-minute rain delay, both he and Gallardo came out ready.
What's amazing is that every time you do call for a vote, it doesn't matter what it's for concerning the Cardinals, you will get some votes for Stubby Clapp and Bo Hart.
They both are on the list.
It's popped up. Molina is over and makes the catch.
Big out.
You may remember a couple of years ago, following a rain delay, the Cardinals used to pull off that rubberized area that would be the on-deck circle.
I do remember that. Slippery.
Very slick, and Molina looked like he stepped on it. And Tony La Russa made it a point. You'll see it right here. This looks to be dry, though. They may have pulled that off, and he didn't step on it, but that was a cause of concern in that area.
No doubt. Almost seemed as if Molina was aware of it and kind of steered away from it a bit, too.
Yeah. Oh, 1 pitch. And this is Hart driving into the right center. John Jay, who gets my vote, puts it away for the out.
No electioneering.
Good point.
Molina wants his ball down. Look, he's asking for it. Open glove. And it hangs up just a bit. Again, that's not a terrible curveball if it's well set up and you throw it to the right guy. It's a lot like the curveball that Adam Wainwright threw to Ike Davis that was a 3-run home run. Kind of spins lower half, not real sharp, but not a bad location. But if they're looking for it, then it's a problem.
Fly ball. John Jay coming on. Makes the catch as he puts it away in center field. Braun, Hart, and Green all go down. Cardinals with a lead of 2-1. Welcome back to baseball on Fox Sports Midwest. Let's go to our studio. Pat Paris standing by with a Bommarito Sports Update. Pat. All right, thank you, Pat. Here's Alan Craig in a 2-1 lead. Looks at a strike on the outside corner. It's Craig, Molina, and David Freese. Gene Steck-Schulte has gotten some votes. Eric Pappas. Even the one and only Jim Otis. Look at the standings. Cardinals. This is updated. The records and the standings. Atlanta. A lot of people thought maybe they're falling off and could we see a repeat of last year, but they picked things up just a bit. Jason Hayward with a home run tonight in their 3-0 win. That's 2 strikes on Alan Craig. Craig with a sac fly and RBI back in the first and was called out on strikes with 2 runners on in the third.
We talked about the 6th being an important inning for Kyle Loesch because he was facing Braun and Hart. Well, Gallardo has to face Craig, Molina, and Freese here in the bottom of the 6th, so important for him. This lead feels very tenuous at 2-1. Brewers have been playing well of late. The Cardinals have played well against the Brewers here in St. Louis, but Gallardo has really settled down after that 2-run first.
The 2-2 pitch outside. You think about the hungo, and sometimes it just goes for one play. Sometimes it goes for a moment. You're thinking back to a moment this year. Carlos Beltran picking up Andres Torres, missing the bag at first on Monday afternoon. 3-2. Craig swings through it, strikes out. It's 5 strikeouts for Yovani Gallardo. If you'd like to be here in person next time the Cardinals take the field, just head to StubHub. Easy to find the seats you want. We'll see all the action. Home or road, StubHub. Official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Cardinals. Yovani Gallardo's hair has even gotten some votes. Hungo would appreciate that.
He sure would.
That's popped foul and out of play. Molina tonight twice has grounded out to short, and he's 0 for 2.
Yachty with his 1,000th hit on Tuesday night. Some votes for Yachty for that particular feat. Earlier this year, Matt Carpenter picked up his 1,500th hit. So a couple of milestone hits for the Cardinal All-Stars.
One ball, one strike. Fouled back by Yachty. Big gap into left center field for Yadier Molina. The 1-2 late on that swing. He strikes out. 6 strikeouts for Gallardo, 2 here in the bottom of the 6th. Saturday, another full day of college football action. Tulane taking on Tulsa right here. Or you have Miami at 22nd ranked K-State. Rice takes on Kansas. Wisconsin heads to Oregon State on FX. Coverage of college football continues on Fox Sports Midwest and FX tomorrow. Here's David Freese.
Dan, I'm struck by how nice this field looks after all the rain that we had this afternoon. In fact, a vote for the grounds crew for the Hungo Award for allowing us to have Cardinal baseball tonight. It really does look good. The infield looks great. And we had a ton of water here this afternoon. That rain was nasty.
Talk about with the ballpark, which opened up in 2006, the way that this place drains. What they have underneath the grass. It can take an awful lot of water on. But again, it's the track and the outfield grass that is not covered up. One-two pitch. Concern is probably more than anything the pitcher's mound and the hitting area.
Yeah, and you just hope the area around the bases for players that are trying to head first to third, that they don't have to deal with slick bases and wet areas around there. And of course, the infielders are going to want their areas to be well manicured.
Is that a trap or is it a catch? They're going to say it's a catch. Gomez, an outstanding play to take a hit away from David Freese. Shaking out that glove hand, his left hand, after a diving catch in center. Is it a trap? Is it a catch? Nice play. It's a catch. 1,000 Americans die each year from smoking-related illnesses, including cancer, heart disease, and stroke. 10,000 in Missouri alone. Call a Missouri Tobacco Quit line to quit now. 1-800-QUIT-NOW. Cardinals with a lead of 2-1. They have out-hit Milwaukee 6-4. And here is Carlos Gomez. See if that wrist is okay. High fly ball out to center. That could be your Hungo Award winner, John Jay, as he puts it away. One away to start play here in the top of the 7th. Again, vote for the Hungo. The Twitter handle of my partner tonight, Rick Horton, at RickyH49. At RickyH49. The tweets just keep coming in, don't they?
They keep flying in, and we appreciate everybody voting, and we will announce the winner during the post-game show, and I will tabulate them up later for you to get the actual counting. I'd really appreciate your votes, and so does Al.
Mentioned earlier how the Cardinals have had their opportunities against Giovanni Gallardo. Redbirds have stranded 4. The runs that they picked up were back in the first. Inside to Martin Maldonado. 2 balls and 1 strike. Mejica, who's just been terrific, getting loose in the Cardinals' pen. 92 pitches tonight for Kyle Loesch.
And we mentioned in the open at 14.7 pitches per inning. I mean, that's just a number, but what it tells you throughout the course of a season is Loesch can keep the pitch count down for the most part, so he can work into the 7th inning and sometimes beyond. The 4th best pitcher in the National League in terms of pitches per inning. You throw 20 pitches in an inning, you're basically a 5-inning guy.
Taken just a bit high. 1 out walk here in the top of the 7th.
That's his 2nd walk.
Had a walk of Aoki back in the 5th.
That's a month's worth of walks for Kyle Loesch. 94 pitches.
Here's Bianchi. He's grounded out to second, also struck out in the 5th. Outfield straight away. Takes a pitch low and outside. Gallardo, the pitcher, is on deck. We saw how earlier this year Ron Renneke was using his bullpen. Well, he wasn't. He was staying away from guys in the pen and extending some of those starters and giving them a chance like Gallardo, but in this case he does have a pinch hitter on deck. Travis Ishikawa, the former Giant, is on deck.
Think about the promise of this starting rotation for the Brewers when you talk about Randy Wolf and you talk about Markham, who had a good year last year, Greinke, Gallardo. I mean, this was supposed to be the starting staff that could just keep turning over and maybe pile up a lot of wins in a row. You knew their offense would be good. And you just assumed that with Axford at the end and K-Rod in the 8th, that pitching was not going to be a problem in Milwaukee, but it soon became one. And they are not the same team. They are relying now on young pitchers. Fires has done a very nice job in their rotation.
Here's a 1-1. Little floater into right. Will it be fair? It does. It drops in fair. And Maldonado advances to 3rd. Runners at the corners for Travis Ishikawa. There's not been a left-hander throwing for the Cardinals in the pen. It's been Mujica.
Not a bad pitch. He just reaches out and flips it down the right field line. No chance for Carlos Beltran. Just barely fair. And Loesch is going to have to do some pitching here.
Out to visit Mike Matheny. who has already made the call to the bullpen, so that will be it for Loesch. Mojica coming in. Runners at first and third, and a one-run lead in a very important game. 2-1 St. Louis. Ninth of September. That's this Sunday. Receive a free hot dog and Coke with the purchase of select tickets. Cardinals.com/values. I want to remind everyone that there are $9 seats available for tomorrow and Sunday. Mojica is into the ball game, and essentially the game on the line right here.
And he's been solid as a Cardinal. Our Mid-America Chevy dealers called to the bullpen. Mojica, a seventh-inning pitcher, and has yet to be scored upon as a Cardinal. 57 games, ERA at 3.15. The Cardinals gave up a first-round draft choice to get him, and he has certainly been worth it in terms of what he's done as a Redbird.
One out. Here's Ishikawa.
He has been their number one pinch hitter, Dan. 10 pinch hits, 6 RBIs for Ishikawa.
One-0 pitch. Ripped into right field. Beltran coming on. Can't make the play. Scoots by him. A run will score. Ishikawa on his way to second base, and he delivers. It's tied up at 2-2. And with that play in right field, both runners advancing to a second and third.
So 11 pinch hits now for Ishikawa, and a huge hit in this game. Beltran tries to make the short hop play, and it gets away from him.
When the walk comes around to score, that was Maldonado. A one-out walk to him. Blue base hit. And then Travis Ishikawa tying the ball game up at 2. Here's Aoki. And again, no lefty even throwing in the bullpen. Knowing that you have Aoki here, you had Ishikawa going with Mojica. Infield is drawn in. Runners at second and third.
Now, if you bring in a lefty to face Ishikawa, you probably would have to deal with Aramis Ramirez instead. So the thought would be that Mojica against Ishikawa is the better choice. But Ishikawa won that battle. Cardinals have to have the infield in to try to cut this run off.
2 balls and 1 strike. Big gap in right center. Aoki is 0 for 2 with a walk. The 2-1 pitch. Squeeze is on, popped up and foul.
Always a good time for a squeeze with one out and a runner at third or at second and third. You've got a good bunter at the plate. The key is to make sure that the runner does not leave too soon. You're really leaving the minute the pitcher's foot hits the ground on his delivery. You don't have to leave earlier than that. If you give it away, the pitcher can just throw a ball high and away and you're done.
Puts it in play. Will it stay fair? It's rolling, and now foul.
Ooh, just barely.
Rick, today is the 30th anniversary of the passing of one of the legends in Cardinals history, and that's Ken Boyer. Dearly missed. Passed away at an early age. From Liberty, Missouri. Former MVP Kenny Boyer. And I also want to tell you, Rick, that it's beginning to rain.
Third time tonight. And this one a little bit harder.
Two balls, two strikes. Runners at second and third. Again, a foul ball. Rain delay of 2 hours, 20 minutes. Announced crowd of 38,648. 38648. Line on Gallardo, 6 innings, 2 runs, 6 hits, no walks. He strikes out 6. And we're tied up at 2. Many of the fans starting to head for cover as the rain has definitely picked up. Puts it in play. Ground ball to second. Schumacher to the plate. Right to Yadier Molina.
Running back. Just running back. Yadi's doing the right thing right there. What you try to do when you get both runners on the base is you try to tag the guy out who's not out. Now, the base belongs to the lead runner. But what you try to do is you try to tag the lead runner out and get him to leave the base. When two guys are standing on the base, one of them's already out.
Remember, this is a play that Yadi did exactly like this in Pittsburgh. And that's why he's going for the second man, is what you're talking about.
He's trying to tag out. Well, first he went to the second man, but you try to tag the first guy out too, because if you tag the guy out whose base it already is, and that's the runner at third base currently,
correct,
and you get him to leave the base, then you tag him again,
right,
and they're both out.
And that's how he did it in Pittsburgh.
Learned that from Tom Herr as well. Second time we've mentioned him in this telecast. That's how good a baseball guy he is, but it's also the intelligence of Yadier Molina.
Turns out to be a huge play. Rahika getting that ground ball out. Runners at second and third. Aoki able to get to second after that ground ball. 1 ball, 1 strike on Ricky Weeks.
Not a spectacular play, but a solid play by Skip Schumacher. Fielding that ball, sending it home, and putting that play in motion.
The 1-1 pitch. Weeks has singled and scored back in the 4th. Rain continues to fall. Ground ball that's foul. And the count is 2-2. Rahika can get out of this jam with only 1 run scored. He's done his job. The 2-2.
Good pitch to hit right there. Up in the zone a bit. Mujica has a very good split that hitters just don't seem to pick up very well. He's also a guy that throws strikes. We talked about Loesch in that regard, but Mujica, very good command out of the bullpen, and he has a strikeout pitch in that splitter. Weeks strikes out a lot. Right here would be nice.
The 2-2. By the way, that's just the 4th inherited runner out of 21 to score against Mujica. Take that all season, wouldn't you?
No doubt. It's a shame Kyle Loesch will not pick up victory number 15. He's pitched well enough in this ball game to get that.
Three-two pitch. He got him. Struck him out. Mujica again. Guy has been fantastic. Strikeout of Ricky Weeks. We're tied up 2-2. Time to stretch. Rain continuing to fall here in St. Louis. A 2-2 game as we move to the bottom of the 7th. Game 1 of a 3-game set. Cards and Brewers. Heads up play yet again from Yadier Molina. And again, Rick, explain exactly what he wants to do here.
Well, there's 2 runners on the base, so one of them's out. And the one that's out is the guy that's the trail runner. So what he does is he tries to tag Bianchi and get him to get off the base, and then he would tag him again, and then they both be out. But the minute there's 2 guys on the base, the trail runner is already out. And this play happened May 7th, 2010. And there's Molina again, and there's 2 runners on the base. So what he does is he tags the lead runner, then he tags him again, then he's out. That's LaRoche. It's LaRoche's bag, not the trail runner's bag. So when he tagged LaRoche, he's just trying to get him to get off the base, which he did, and then he tags him again, and he's really out. You have to be fast thinking to make that play work.
Here is Schumacher to lead it off against K-Rod. Rodriguez is into the ball game. Schumacher is 0 for 2, pair of flyouts, and he started that play at the plate tonight.
Rodriguez had a rough series after being given the closer's job in Chicago. He just couldn't get anybody out in that role against the Cubs, and so he ended up giving that back. Certainly has a lot of saves in his career, so he knows how to pitch late.
The 3-0. Remember, Axford struggled against St. Louis last time we were in Milwaukee and was demoted. They tried to get him right, put him in some non-pressurized situations. So K-Rod was given that chance. He did have back-to-back games in which he pitched, but both were adventures. 3-2. Schumacher with a fly ball out to left. And there's one away to start the bottom of the 7th.
Rain has slowed a bit. Still a slight drizzle going on here at Busch Stadium. Really a well-played ball game and a well-pitched ball game.
It floats in there for a strike.
Gallardo threw 100 pitches. Gave up 2 runs in 6 innings, no walks, 6 strikeouts. And Loesch, 2 runs in 6 1/3. So his ERA is at 2.81, still up among the leaders.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. Descalso rips it into right field. 1 out base hit. 2-hit night for Daniel. Shane Robinson will be the pinch hitter for Mexico. Loesch, 97 pitches. And again, only the 2 runs that you talk about, Rick. And then Gallardo on the other side, the 6 innings, 2 runs. We expected to see a pitcher's duel between the two tonight, and that's what we got.
Yeah, they didn't disappoint. They both pitched very solid, both good enough to win. And Descalso again with 2 hits tonight. He's now 6 for his last 14. Starting to swing the bat better. Much better. Rick Kranitz is the pitching coach for Milwaukee, and it's been a long season for him. Seen a lot of turmoil on this team, and he's tried to work them through it. And he wants to make sure he understands, Rodriguez that is, how to pitch to Shane Robinson. Robinson has become really the #1 pinch hitter off the Cardinals bench. He's 11 for 41 as a pinch hitter.
One out and a runner at first. Robinson looks at a strike.
Not really the best situation to use Matt Holliday in the 7th inning, but he's still a bullet for Mike Matheny at some point. You just wonder how stiff his back really is and whether or not he's even available. Again, we point to the violent swing of Matt Holliday.
Descalso to first and back safely. Parra, the lefty, getting loose in the pen for Milwaukee.
They have 1 left-hander and 10 right-handers in their bullpen. Trying to get a good read and a good jump. Straight off a bit, but still like the aggressiveness for Descalso.
San Francisco in the top of the 8th, leading the Dodgers by the score of 4-2.
I like that news. Cardinals definitely have an opportunity tonight. We mentioned that the Pirates have already lost, and so has Cincinnati. And with LA losing in the 8th, creates an opportunity for St. Louis. That ball gets away, and that's a good jump by Descalso. He read that very well. Maldonado jumped on it as quickly as he could, but Descalzo took that big secondary lead, Dan, and he just took off right away.
Almost looked as if he wanted to steal initially, and you could see Rodriguez slip here, and then Maldonado kind of boxed it a little bit, and I wonder if Descalzo with that initial jump may have got him to jump a bit.
And you wonder too if he actually may have read the kind of the unorthodox delivery of K-Rod, who about fell down on that pitch, which made it an errant throw, and maybe anticipation was part of that for Descalzo.
Go ahead run in scoring position. 2-1 pitch. Robinson hits it sharply to Hart. It's up to John Jay. Will they keep Rodriguez in to face Jay, who has 3 base hits? Again, Parra has been getting loose. Three hits tonight. His average has jumped up to 323.
With one left-hander in your bullpen, you've got one chance to use him. If he's going to be your situational guy, and if now's not the time, when is it? Facing Jay, and then you mentioned Carpenter to follow. Parra's ready. Who's he up for? That's the question I always have. If you're going to get Manny Parra up right now, why are you doing it? You've got 2 outs, a left-hander.
Cardinals could counter if they wanted to with Holiday, who is 4 for 11, or Berkman 6 for 15 against Manny Parra.
But all that's knowable to begin with, that you get to the situation, and if you're not using him because you're afraid that he's going to be facing Holiday, then you knew that 3 batters ago.
(2-0) pitch. Take a look at our Schnucks difference maker tonight. John Jay with 3 base hits, all singles. Good to see him go the other way. That time up the middle, also a run scored.
Hitting the ball hard too, isn't he?
Yeah. Go ahead run is at third base. The 2-1 pitch. Matt Carpenter is on deck, the top of the lineup for St. Louis tonight. They have combined to go 5 for 6. Carpenter is 2 for 3. Outfield straightaway, and a 2-2 pitch on its way. Chris Maloney, the Cardinals' first base coach, with that play. Number of years in the minor leagues for Chris. When he did that, he was managing. The 2-2. Jay rips it, but right at second. And Ricky Weeks makes the play. Couldn't hit it much harder. He's 3 for 4 on the night. 2-2 after 7. importance of that game is both in the National League West and the wild card. Dodgers are 4.5 games back in the West. Cardinals holding on to the second spot in the wild card. Mitchell Boggs is into the ball game, and Ryan Braun will lead it off. Solid year for Mitchell. ERA just over 2. And the record of 3-1 and 62 innings pitched. It's sharply to third. Freese has it, and he makes the play. Turn to our trivia question tonight. Presented by AT&T. Was the most home runs and RBIs against St. Louis since 2008. I would say that's a hint.
No question. And there are Cardinal fans that would say, how is that not Pedro Alvarez? But since 2008 is the key part of that. Big numbers for Corey Hart. And, you know, there have been some times where the Cardinals have actually just made bad pitches to Corey Hart, but he's also a guy that, you know, he's going to hit bad pitches, but occasionally he'll hit one that's a pitcher's pitch as well. But if you think of the kind of the body of work, they just seem to make mistakes to him.
Base hit into center with 1 out here at the top of the 8th. In many ways, too, Rick, he's overlooked. When you had Prince Fielder in that lineup, Ryan Braun, the MVP last year, but Corey Hart has had a very solid career with Milwaukee. He's the longest tenured Brewer.
Wide stance, has good power. 27 home runs we talked about. He's 2 for 4 tonight. He was on a 2 for 13 streak on this road trip. So be careful not to let him get hot.
Here is Taylor Green as an RBI back in the 4th on a ground out. That tails away at 95. You think about some nasty stuff coming out of the bullpen, and Mitchell Boggs has filthy stuff, doesn't he?
Well, he has the velocity and the movement, and then you've got kind of the plus fastball of Jason Mott. You now have Trevor Rosenthal out of your bullpen who throws hard, and Shelby Miller now throwing 94, 95. Cheese at the knees.
Jay with a catch.
That's the way his manager described it.
Brings in the center fielder Gomez.
Fastball down in the zone. Good movement from Boggs.
Gomez has struck out, grounded out, and flied out.
I asked you the question, Dan, before the game, and I'm going to revisit that right now because we actually may need the answer to this question. If it's the top of the 11th inning and it's a tie game, and you used Mujica, Boggs, and Mott in their normal roles, and it's still a tie game, and you're in the 10th, what right-hander do you go to out of the Cardinal bullpen first? And we batted that around a bit. I mean, there was a time that would have been an obvious answer, but right now it's not so obvious.
I think some fans would say after watching Shelby Miller, obviously very small sample size, but strikes out 4 in 2 innings the other day against the Mets. Intriguing. You know what you get out of Rosenthal to an extent. You and I both are high on him. From his knees, and that's a stolen base for Corey Hart. It's a 6'6" first baseman stealing. And Freeman, the lefty for the Cardinals, is getting loose. You and I really like what we've seen, though, from Rosenthal.
There's no doubt. Tough pitch to throw for Molina. He just stays on his knees. Snap throw, not in time. The other names that are possibilities are Lance Lynn and Fernando Salas. You're talking about from the right side. You need an inning in the 10th. All things being equal. Not the matchup question, not who's the most tired, who needs work, none of that. I just think that question is an important question for the Cardinals over the next 3 weeks.
And maybe even tonight.
and maybe even tonight.
You have a game this evening that if you're tied, you're going to the ninth potentially. Your closer comes in at home. And after that, we shall see. The 2-1 pitch. That's the kind of nasty stuff that he's got. Exploding in 95 miles an hour in on the hands of Gomez.
Kyle Loesch was pitching Gomez inside as well, but Boggs has a little bit more nasty for you. Runners in scoring position. The Brewers just 1 for 10. Really only 2 hits in this game with runners in scoring position. Credit the pitchers. That's why it's 2-2.
Little chopper.
Hurry.
Has to hurry is right to first, and the ball scoots away. Boy, you could see that coming, and now Hart will score. And Milwaukee has taken a 3-2 lead here in the 8th. And Aaron Descalso. Run scores, no RBI on the play. And Milwaukee has a lead of 3-2.
And that's what speed does for you. This ball just beat into the ground. And Descalso has to wait back, and the strong throw, I don't think he gets him anyway. I think that's a hit and an error to me, because he's beating that throw anyway. Alan Craig trying to just stop that ball, and unfortunately, by not picking it up, that allows the run to score. So not, I would say, terrible defense by the Cardinals tonight, but there have been some plays that have hurt them. The ball that hit in front of Beltran, that play there. A Beltran throw to third base that got away. That hit the runner Weeks in the early going. That could have led to more damage. So not a lot of errors for the Cardinals, just one, but I would say below par defense in total.
2 outs, run rate first. That's Gomez not running.
Yeah,
and a strike.
And you add allowing a stolen base, which you could pin on Mitchell Boggs, not Yadier Molina, for Hart getting a good jump.
Maldonado having words with the home plate umpire. Walked and scored back in the 7th. That was the tying run. RBI by Ishikawa. Milwaukee has added another to make it 3-2. The 0-1. Runner goes. Molina, no chance.
It's 31 stolen bases for Gomez. And stolen base number 126 now for Milwaukee. They're third in the National League in stolen bases. So first in power, third in stolen bases.
Pitching, not so much, especially the bullpen, as we've talked about, and that steal could prove to be big. Gomez being waved in, the throw to the plate. Molina to second, and is it in time? Yes. Run scores, it's 4-2 Milwaukee. Maldonado is second base hit, and we move to the bottom of the 8th. A disappointed crowd right now. It's 4-2 Milwaukee. Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest is brought to you by Bud Light Limerita, the ready-to-drink margarita with a refreshing twist of Bud Light Lime. And by Taco Bell. Taco Bell, Live Mas. Cardinals jumped out to a 2-0 lead back in the first, and now it's 4-2. You can be hungo for the night and send Ricky your tweets at RickyH49. At RickyH49, the Twitter handle.
And vote for who you think should win the hungo with this week's body of work. Every Friday we do that. We'll have it for the post-game show. Jim Henderson, the right-hander, has pitched very well in his last 11 games, an ERA of just 1. And they really liked his arm. In the Pacific Coast League, he was an all-star selection. And they've called him up, and he's kind of stabilized the bullpen a bit.
Was that the photo from when Al was trying to get the lead for No Country for Old Men?
That's the photo he doesn't like, right? Because he has no facial hair, if I'm remembering correctly. And a great movie reference, too.
2 balls and no strikes.
Carpenter, Beltran, Craig in the 8th.
Two and one.
We'll take a walk.
Three-one pitch, and there it is, leadoff walk, and the tying run comes to the plate. And if anybody is due,
you
come through with something big, it's man at the plate right now, and that's Carlos Beltran.
Certainly capable of doing it.
For 3. We just love to see him launch one right now. Beltran with the 28 home runs. You have Alan Craig on deck. The Cardinals still have at their disposal Matt Holliday. Initially, he was in the lineup, and then after the long rain delay of 2 hours and 20 minutes, did not start the ball game. Without the facial hair, Al is just it's just not as menacing.
No, that's why he doesn't like that photo. 0-4-11 is Carlos Beltran.
1-1 pitch. 1-2. Beltran with a fly ball into shallow right, hits it a mile high. Back to the bag, Matt Carpenter. 1 away. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the St. Louis Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Alan Craig trying to tie it up with one swing of the bat. Oh, 1 to Craig. Late with that swing. 0-2. And you can vote for the Hungo. A lot of votes for John Jay. And that's a natural looking version of Al right there. I can't tell one bit that was planted in to the picture. The facial hair.
Very natural.
Craig, a liner.
Get down.
Gomez will fire to first. Carpenter back in safely.
Gomez can cover some ground, can he?
Yes, he can. A great speed on display.
Made a nice play earlier in this game. Diving for a ball, had his hand kind of underneath him, and somehow still managed to make the play.
It's amazing with the advancement in technology to be able to come up with the likeness that our guys in the truck just put together on that facial hair.
Top notch.
Yachty is the tying run. Taps it foul.
And that's the one thing, Dan, about the Cardinals' order is, and we've not seen a lot of home runs late in games, but you've got Molina with 17, Craig with 20, Beltran with 28, David Freese on deck with 18. You've got a lot of players up and down the lineup that, with one swing of the bat, can change the complexion of a game.
Yachty with 17 home runs this year. Ooh, looks at a ball just outside. Evens it up at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Got a nasty little slider with that fastball. That's how he retired Carlos Beltran. Alan Craig with a good at-bat, came up empty.
1-1 pitch. Good cut by Yachty.
You bet it was.
The scramble for that souvenir. Right below us. A couple of 5-year-olds were punished going for that souvenir by a couple of 40-year-old men. Here's a 1-2. 2-2. Short lead at first by Carpenter. Started the inning with a walk. The 2-2. Yachty has tied it. Ho! Out to left. Goodbye. 4-4 and a home run by Molina.
There's your one swing of the bat.
I may have to change my vote.
Fastball down and in, and Yachty turns on it. A no-doubter. I like the reaction of the fans behind home plate. You could tell the minute he made contact that ball was leaving the ballpark. Home run number 18, now has 65 RBIs. And we just got a couple of votes for Yadi, and they're pouring in.
404 feet for Yadier Molina. Freeze a big rip on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Cardinals led the ball game 2-0, trailing 4-2 until just a moment ago. With one swing of the bat, he's tied it up at 4-4. And what a year it's been for Molina.
Such a clutch player, isn't he?
You bet.
That was fun to watch. And the bullpen woes continue for Milwaukee.
One and two the count on David Freese. Nasty slider that you spoke of, and Freese saw it there. But Molina has tied it up late into the evening and now morning hours here in St. Louis. Tied up at 4.
Thanks to Yadier Molina, we head to the 9th in St. Louis. Coming up after the game on the post-game edition of Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live, Pat Paris and Lil Dunk are standing by. Another solid outing from Kyle Loesch. They'll break down his night. We'll get Mike Matheny's post-game thoughts. And somebody is taking home a hungo. Yadi with a 2-run shot. We send it back to the booth. And Dan and Rick, guys.
All right, Jim, great job. And let's tell you some of the changes now for the Cardinals, as Mott is into the ball game for St. Louis, his 55th appearance. Tie ball game at home. Closer comes in. Also, Adrian Chambers takes over at left. And the first pitch to Bianchi is a strike.
So David Freese out of the game. Matt Carpenter moves from left field as we look at Adrian Chambers, the new Cardinal left fielder. And Matt Carpenter moves from left field to third base.
The cutter by Mott, 0-2. Cardinals will have Schumacher, Descalso, and Chambers due up.
That leadoff walk to Matt Carpenter in the 8th inning just really set the tone for that inning. Gave the Cardinals a chance, and Yadier Molina took advantage of that chance.
We saw earlier this week Yadi with hit number 1,000. Infield hit, and he's tied it with a bomb here. Looks back at the home plate umpire as if to say, go ahead, you can do it. Call it a strike, and let's move on. How about that? Yachty just looked back at the home plate umpire as if to say, okay, yeah, it's a strike, right?
He wanted the call. He wanted the call on the check swing and got neither.
How about that time? You bet. It's a strikeout, and that's how we start the ninth inning. 98 miles an hour from Jason Mott. You're hearing those boos. You're thinking maybe Ryan Braun, and then you look up and you realize, oh, wait a minute. It's Nyjer Morgan. Morgan out to Chambers, 2 away. Just sent a jolt through this stadium. A home run by Yadier Molina. The fans that have stuck around having some fun. It's a unique experience late in the game like this. Late hours to the long rain delay.
It was an exciting moment, no doubt about that.
Aoki, top of the lineup. That's strike one.
And Jason Mott looks very good. Talk about players being good during the day and during the night. Well, you never really know how they are in the morning. That's where we are, and Jason Mott's throwing 98 miles an hour in the morning.
Oh, 1 pitch. Pitch number 10 on its way from Mott. Popped up. Chambers coming on and makes the catch. Can the Cardinals win it? We're about to find out. Great work by Mott. Schumacher, Descalso, Chambers coming up. Bottom of the ninth rolls in. Yadier Molina tied it up with a 2-run homer. And here it is. Just launching this with our Nissan drive of the game. So there's a lefty Parra. Manny Parra is 1-3 this year. 52 innings of work. He's been back and forth bullpen and rotation over the years for Milwaukee. I think right now an interesting question for Mike Matheny is, what would you do with Jason Mott? He only had 10 pitches in the ninth inning, and for Mike, if this game goes to the 10th, sure, the idea, at least flirt with it. Do you stick with Jason Mott one more inning? And at this point, nobody getting loose in the Cardinal bullpen.
Yeah, there's no action yet, but you have so many pitchers out in the bullpen, Dan, and with Mott being your closer, I like the idea of keeping him at one inning unless it's absolutely necessary. You may want to use him tomorrow and the next day for that matter. And there are a lot of choices out there, and that's our question. Which one is first?
Matt Holliday leads it off against Parra.
Mott does not look like he's out of this game right now, though. He has that sense of maybe wanting to go one more inning and maybe being able to.
Matt Holliday did not start the game, so pinch hitting for Schumacher here. One ball, one strike.
One reason to send Mott back out. And again, let's hope the Cardinals score a run here and it's a moot point. We don't ever know whether or not Mott would have gone back out. But you're going to be facing Weeks, Braun, and Hart in the 10th. So that may weigh heavily for Mike Matheny to stay with his closer one more inning. But Matt Holliday again can make that unknowable.
He is 4 for 11 against Parra. One ball, one strike. He could win it with one swing. Little bouncer towards second. Weeks, one away. You posed the question prior to our first pitch tonight, and you said, well, what if you used the exact guys that we've seen here tonight? What do you do in the 10th? And you know, you think about what Mike is going through right now, and again, nobody throwing in the Cardinal bullpen, which then would lead you to believe it's Mott's next inning.
I would agree.
And after that, becomes very interesting. Cardinals have not used a lefty out of the pen. It's been the right-handers.
I think I would, if I had to pick all those right-handers I asked you about earlier, Rosenthal, Miller, Lynn, Salas, all things being equal, at this point I'd say Salas. But that is not an easy question, and it's not an easy answer.
One ball, one strike on Daniel Descalso. Pair of hits in the ball game tonight.
Part of that answer is just Rosenthal and Miller both being rookies. They both certainly have great upside for the Cardinals down the road. Maybe both of them as starting pitchers, in fact.
One-two pitch. Descalso stays alive. Now a final. Giants over Los Angeles 5-2. One ball and two strikes. One out, nobody on. 2-2. Air charge to Descalso. The speed of Gomez at the plate. Ball thrown to Craig at first that got away, led to a run. Brewers would add another. Cardinals have come back to tie it up. That's pulled foul.
Think back on that play to Descalso, and it's almost like you wish you could have willed a different response to Descalso. And even in my comments, it was, you got to hurry, you got to hurry. And yet I kind of wish he hadn't hurried. I wish he'd have just made a nice, easy, smooth throw to first base, which would not have been in time. It would have been an infield hit, and take your chances with the next runner. or the next batter at the plate.
The 2-2 pitch. Descalso fights it off, and Weeks backhands it and makes the catch. So there's 2 down. Adrian Chambers will hit with 2 outs. Everything else around Major League Baseball is a final tonight. The slider that's taken low and away. Two balls and no strikes. You think about the speed of an Adrian Chambers and how that could play into the ball game here late. Clearly the fastest man on the roster right now for St. Louis. The 2-0. Off of Parra. Goes to Hart, and the tag is there. Parra is jogging off the mound, apparently okay. Big bats coming up for the Brewers. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Along with Rick Horton, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Jim Hayes is with us. Look at the numbers for the extra innings this season for both Milwaukee and St. Louis, both under 500. Ricky Weeks will lead it off. Pete Kozma is into the ball game. He'll play second base for St. Louis. So that comebacker, our thoughts and prayers are certainly with Brandon McCarthy of the Oakland A's, described as a life-threatening situation still. As Weeks looks at a strike, and if you didn't hear about it or see it, Angels' Eric Ibar lined one off his head, McCarthy's head, and fractured skull. There was brain surgery. A very serious situation, obviously. Nothing into the count. So anytime you see something like that, boy oh boy, you just hope for the best.
You bet.
And it looked to be that Parra got his glove up quickly enough where it didn't hit his body, or at least if it did hit the body, maybe more the chest and not the face.
First I thought it hit his body, and we looked at the replays between innings, and it did appear to hit off his glove and get deflected to the right side. That's from the at-bat from Adrian Chambers. Mott getting that second inning, as you guessed, Dan, because of the low pitch count in that first inning and the fact that he's facing really the best three Brewers hitters, Weeks, Braun, Hart.
Yeah, you have to wonder if Mike would have stayed with Mott if it wasn't these three.
I bet he wouldn't have.
I would agree. Here's the 0-2. The fly ball out to center. And that drops in. A rare mistake by John Jay. He went back on the ball, and it drops in. And you just hope that doesn't come back to haunt the Cardinals. Rare mistake by John Jay going back on this baseball.
He's been so good, but this ball hit off the end of the bat. He thinks it's hit hard, but off the end of the bat, Descalzo going out to try to tell him to come in, but by that time it's too late. It drops in front of John Jay. Very unusual, as you say. And good speed now on the base paths. And Ricky Weeks, he's stolen 12 bases, and the Brewers already with 2 in this game against Yachty.
Big out here. It's popped up. Long way to go for Jay, who is calling for it. Under it, makes the catch. That is huge right there. First pitch and gets Ryan Braun. We are in the 10th because of Yadier Molina's 18th home run, which now gives the Cardinals 5 players with 18 or more home runs for the 4th time in franchise history.
Another tough out in Corey Hart. Good fastball hitter. Mott has a good fastball.
Hart is 2 for 4. After this weekend, we are in San Diego and then 4 with Los Angeles. Luke Gregerson gets his 5th save of the season. The former Cardinal farmhand, part of the Khalil Green deal. Runner goes. Yachty fires to second. Oh, he got him! Remarkable again. It didn't look like he had any shot to get Ricky Weeks, and somehow he gets him. I mean, this is perfect.
Right on the bag. I thought he was safe. The call from Darryl Cousins goes a different way. Cosma on the tag, and he's safe.
Molina.
It does not diminish the throw, however, of Yadier Molina.
This will be pitch number 17 coming up for Mott. So 16 pitches to get 5 outs, and Hart can't catch up with that. 97 miles an hour. Molina has done a little bit of everything tonight. The 2-run homer to tie it up. And now getting Ricky Weeks. And we're talking about how, a couple steals going against Molina, but to me, it's almost automatic. Anytime someone steals against Yachty, you almost have to look at somebody else. Is it the pitcher? Is it
something? Bad tag?
Yeah. There's the cutter from Mott.
The tag is something we don't talk enough about. Pete Cosma actually had a very good tag. He took the throw and went straight to the front of the base quickly. And if you're slow with that tag, that little split second may make the difference between being safe and out. So a lot has to work for that play to work, and Yachty catches another one. And how about that finish to that inning for Jason Mott? John Jay when we come back.
He was part of the Casey McGee deal. This right-hander takes over for Milwaukee.
One of 4 Brewers relievers with more than 60 appearances on the season, so he's been busy. And still waiting to see who is going to start throwing in the Cardinal bullpen, the top of the order for St. Louis. And in case you're wondering, the pitcher spot for the Cardinals is the 6th spot, which was originally David Freese. And with a double switch, that's now the pitcher spot in the lineup. But for sure, Jason Mott won't go out for a 3rd inning if the Cardinals don't score here in the 10th. So somebody will start to throw here shortly. And you hope the Cardinals do get to that pitcher spot.
At Ricky H. 49. At Ricky H. 49. Voting for the Hungo.
A number of vote changes, which I must tell everybody means that you just get to vote for each one of them, but that's okay.
Yeah.
We're going to count them all up. We've had hundreds of votes. Closing in on 700 votes so far for this week's Hungo Award winner.
Awful lot of them for the guy at the plate. That's John Jay. 3 base hits and a line out tonight. The first pitch is a strike. With the 3 base hits, John Jay is now batting .322. Jay, then Carpenter and Beltran. Expanded rosters, you would think that there's some that Mike Matheny would feel very comfortable with. And I'm not sure if you're ever comfortable as a manager, but more comfortable with some than others. There's a strike. 2 on Jay now. 1-2 the count. Nobody is throwing at this point in the bullpen. One-two pitch. Put in play and pulled foul.
Well, the other reality here is whoever it is, and it could be kind of a cast of characters at this point that could be coming into this game, and they don't really need to start throwing yet. You can start getting loose with probably 2 outs, maybe with 1 out, and still be ready, especially if you've been playing catch some during the game and are somewhat loose. I mean, you don't have to go through the whole inning to get loose. You can probably start after John Jay's at bat.
Here's a 1-2. Swing and a miss.
So there's 1 out, and
looks like Salas. And it is. Fernando Salas will start to throw in the pen and get loose. Matt Carpenter is 2 for 3 with a double and an RBI. Beltran on deck, hitless. Taken low and in.
Carpenter has shown the ability to hit gappers, and there is a big gap in right center field right now.
One-0 pitch. Good rip by Carpenter.
Very good swing.
1 ball, 1 strike. 1-1 pitch in the dirt. Yadier Molina's on the cover of the latest edition of Cardinals Magazine, so there is no curse of Cardinals Magazine when you're on the cover. So Yadi is being looked at in the magazine as the best all-around catcher, and to read some of the quotes from some of the biggest names in baseball, it's very interesting to hear their take on it or to read about it. That's at Cardinals Magazine this month. The 2-1.
Another good swing for Carpenter.
Maldonado is a little slow there to gather himself. Maldonado has the fingernails painted. He also has tape around the fingers, so should be no way that a pitcher doesn't see what he's putting down. The 2-2. Called third strike, and Carpenter has words with the home plate umpire.
Doesn't like that call, but he had his say. He better kind of quit at that. The Cardinals bench is getting a little more thin as this game goes on, and see if he has a gripe. Here's the curveball. Very close to the bottom of the strike zone.
Here's Carlos Beltran, hitless tonight. He is 0 for 4. A lot of room to the left side with the shortstop near the bag at second. Well off the line at third.
You mentioned the tape on the fingers. The first catcher I ever worked with that did that was Tony Pena. Tony used to give really fast signals, and in a place like New York and Chicago, those are the two that come to mind, where the lights were not great from the pitcher's mound to home. And if you had a gray uniform and you were just flashing those numbers down, sometimes they were hard to see. So the point is that the tape on the fingers give you a better indication between a 1 and a 2 and a 3, because you don't want to get crossed up at 10 minutes to 1 in the morning. Could be the difference in the game. The Cardinals, by the way, Dan, we mentioned just 3 and 9 in extra inning game, but they've also had trouble winning one-run games and close games. A chance to do a little bit better here tonight in both those categories.
1-0 pitch to Carlos Beltran. Here it comes. 2 balls and no strikes. The 2-0 pitch. 2-1.
Veras has a very good fastball. That one up in the zone, and a 2-0 pitch. That's a real hitter's count.
He is due and sitting on 28 home runs. Beltran taps it foul, and it's now even at 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs and nobody on. Here's a 2-2 pitch in the dirt. Alan Craig on deck. How about these fans that have stuck around?
Oh.
It's nearly 1 o'clock in the morning.
Amazing. And we appreciate all of our viewers sticking around. We'll have some college football scores for you shortly.
Just about set to kick them off, huh? Here's a 3-2 pitch. Pulled foul. Nice note here from Matt George. Big Cardinal fan, big fan of our broadcast.
Thanks for the comments.
3-2 pitch, and he got him. Beltran hitless tonight. He is 0 for 5. And that sends us to inning number 11 after a 2-hour and 20-minute rain delay. All season long, Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Fernando Salas, the right-hander, is into the ball game for the Redbirds. Rick Horton, Dan McLaughlin here in the booth. Jim Hayes downstairs, and he'll be storming both clubhouses once this one becomes final to get the final word from both sides. That'll be on the post-game show, and we've decided to extend the post-game show by another half hour. 4-4 game here in the 11th.
And let's hope it's good news. Game of import for the Cardinals. We've talked about the Dodgers losing tonight, or should we say yesterday, and so did the Pirates and Cincinnati.
Strike 2 on Taylor Green. 0-2 the count. Oh, 2 pitch, and that's tapped foul again. A lot of fans in a game like this try to move up, get as close as they can to the action. And then there are others that will find the furthest point possible here at the ballpark. It's getting a bit chilly here.
We've seen a little of both, haven't we?
Yes, we have. Popped up left side. Carpenter will give it a look, and it's out of play.
I think it's one of those nights where you just try out a few different seats. The views at Busch Stadium, there's a lot of good places. Go down the line, sit in the upper deck, see what that's like. Fans came prepared tonight, didn't they?
Yes, they did. Here's the 0-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Two and 2.
So Fernando Salas is the answer to the question that you and I talked about 10 hours ago.
Off the end of the bat. Popped up. Pete Kozma makes the catch.
And that question is, what right-hander would Mike Matheny go to first if he'd already used his 7th, 8th, and 9th inning pitchers? Who would he trust this game to? And is the answer today, and that answer, of course, changes from week to week and day to day, really. But the answer today is Fernando Salas.
I don't know about you. I'm always a fan of these kind of games, and I'm being serious about it. It's always fun, something different. Play 162, and here we have a game that's 1 in the morning, and there are implications with this game for both sides.
No question about that. And again, we talked about the mental toughness that both teams would have, Dan, to go through the 2-hour rain delay. And I understand they're big leaguers, and they get paid a lot of money to show up and play. But the grind of the game, you've got to try to really push yourself every single day to be sharp. And you're not just pushing yourself to play. You're talking about pushing yourself to play at optimal levels athletically, peak performance. And so you got to get your peak performance in after a 2-hour rain delay. And now you're playing in the 11th inning. That makes it even harder.
Strikeout of Carlos Gomez. Couldn't hold up on that 0-2 pitch. So far, so good from the bullpen of St. Louis after a very fine start yet again tonight from Kyle Loesch.
Little hiccup for Mitchell Boggs, who's been so good this year in the 8th inning. Brewers scored 2 runs in that inning to take the lead, and it looked as if they may be on their way to a victory here. But Yadier Molina changed that with a 2-out, 2-run home run in the 8th.
It's gotten to the point where the crowd is quiet, and you can pick up some of the sounds around the ballpark. There's been a car that's going around the ballpark that's blasting music. We're picking that up. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Maldonado, he was trying to untie it with a swing right there. And you think I'm kidding. You're laughing at me.
No, I heard loud and clear Matt Carpenter's comment to the umpire on the Lowe's
frustrations.
He was not happy with it.
Right.
And he didn't say any words that his parents would be embarrassed to hear him say on TV, but he was not happy with it, and we heard him all the way up here.
Yeah. So you're getting some tweets about that Cardinals magazine that we were talking about with Molina on the cover. Cardinals.com/publications. That's how you get that. Cardinals.com/publications. 1-2 pitch. And he just couldn't hold on. Cardinals, Steve Zesh and his crew that put together the magazine also did the top 25 moments ever in Cardinals World Series history. Good, bad, great, astonishing. Had the Freeze home run, and they said, is that the greatest ever? This is well hit out to deep left. Chambers is back. He looks up, and it's off the top of the wall. Fires it back into second base, and they got him! Oh! It goes from a near home run to being thrown out at second base.
Big time throw from Adrian Chambers. Right on the money.
and a bat. Salas is due up third in this inning. Maldonado, I think he thought, you know what? I've just untied it. Adrian Chambers said, I don't think so. And Pete Kozma really wasn't in a good spot to receive this throw, but he surprised everybody. Applied the tag, and what do you know?
There's Maldonado. He thinks his ball is going to be gone. He hits that ball hard, and now he starts to turn it on. A little misstep at first base, too. But, again, don't discount the throw of Adrian Chambers. It was really an outstanding throw. We've seen him throw from left field 2 or 3 times now since he's been recalled, and every throw has been solid. It's been strong, and something he clearly has worked on and gotten better at. We talk about his speed all the time, but that was something else, and he played it off the wall perfectly. Cameron Lowe, sinker baller in game number 61 for Milwaukee. He has the bottom of the 11th.
Strike at the knees to Craig. Underway. Home half of the 11th. Nicely done, Adrian Chambers. Craig is 0 for 3. 0-1 pitch. Expanded rosters, and last time we were home against Pittsburgh. So the 19-inning game with no expanded roster. So tonight, why not? No problem. Shouldn't be. Craig, base hit. Down the right field line. And he will stop at first base. And look who it is coming up. Yadier Molina. Yadi tied it up back in the 8th inning with a 2-run homer. That home run was number 18. Low is set. 0-1 pitch to Yadier Molina. He was trying to win it, wasn't he?
He sure was. Good swing there. Yadi's had a very nice night. This home run in the 8th inning tied it for St. Louis. And then he showed his defense behind the plate. This came in the 10th inning. Strong throw to second. That nailed Ricky Weeks. And Yadi, always a difference maker.
The 0-2. Molina shoots it into right center field. Craig to second, and he will stop there. Winning run is in scoring position.
Craig makes the choice to stay at second. I think a good choice with the arm of Gomez in center. And Ryan Jackson is now called upon, and this should be a bunting situation for him. And we'll see what kind of defense. Ryan Braun is actually making the calls right. I'm sorry, not Ryan Braun. The third baseman is Green. Been a long time since Ryan Braun played third base. He makes the defensive calls on what bunt play the Brewers will be using.
Jackson, by the way, did have 12 sacrifice bunts at Memphis to lead their team.
Everybody charging. The wheel play was on.
The real key with this is initially just trying to keep the runner close to the bag at second to give yourself a chance to get the force at third.
No doubt. And Jose Oquendo giving a verbal sign to Ryan Jackson. And a lot of times what Oquendo's saying is, look, if they're going to put the wheel play on and you see it, just hit a ground ball to short. That's the negative of the wheel play.
Runners at first and second. Jackson pulls back but looks at a strike. 1-1.
And he also may be telling Jackson which way he wants him to bunt the ball, either to third base or first base. Hart's not charging as hard as Green is.
One ball, one strike. Craig, the runner at second base. They're charging again. Jackson takes a ball outside. 2-1.
Bunt is clearly the right call here. Cosma, the on-deck hitter. Now the bunt plays again, given by the third baseman, Green. Series of plays. He went through all the signs. The infielders have them. There's a pickoff play in that. There's a wheel play. There's a lot of different ways to defend here.
Jackson gets the bunt down. They spin to third and out. Aggressive, and it pays off.
Hart charged a little bit harder on that particular bunt. There he is coming into the picture, and he gets that bunt. Not really a bad bunt for Jackson. He didn't deaden it perfectly, but they're able to throw out Alan Craig at third. And again, holding him closely at second base with Ricky Weeks was the difference there.
Brian Anderson has been called upon to hit now. Yadier Molina is your winning run at second base.
I know where you're going. The bench is getting thinner. I don't think you can afford to pinch run for Yachty right here. You had the same thought in mind with Alan Craig, who was the potential winning run at second base. The pinch run for him, but you can go through your bench in a hurry. You just used Jackson. Now you're using Anderson. Only Tony Cruz and Lance Berkman left.
Big gap in right center field. First pitch to Anderson is taken for his strike.
I have a feeling Anderson's going to win it right here.
Not much of a lead at second base for Molina. Anderson off the end of the bat. Strike two. Descalso on deck, and with all the call-ups, the Brewers have used their lefty Manny Parra. Oh, 0-2 pitch to Anderson. Out of play. Here's the 0-2. Yachty is going to try for third. He is safe. Somehow he is safe at third and avoided the tag. How does that happen? A wild pitch. He reads it. Looked like he slid to the outside portion of the bag, Rick, and somehow avoids this tag.
Perfect slide. He goes to the back side of the base. He keeps his foot on the base, actually his other foot. One foot hits the bag. It comes off, but he keeps his right foot on the bag as the tag is maintained by Green. Look at that. He keeps that foot on the bag and holds on for dear life. That's pretty impressive.
Is there anything he cannot do? And now,
six-man infield.
Yeah, they're bringing in Braun.
Counting the pitcher, they have just two in the outfield now.
Remember, Ryan Braun, initially a third baseman in the big leagues. He also played shortstop college, high school, so infield not foreign to him.
So a five-man infield plus the pitcher.
Isn't this something? Fouled back and a good rip by Anderson.
Fun at bat here. If you're Brian Anderson, you're staring at the pitcher, and all you see is a whole bunch of people standing right behind him. Got three on the right side, two on the left side.
Winning run. Molina at third. One out. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The next to Anderson. Tried to go inside and he fights it off. No, we talked about it a lot. Brian Anderson, the last cut out of spring training. Obviously, that's a frustrating situation, but a night like tonight, if you can go home with a game winner, takes away, I'm sure, some of that.
All the Cardinals on the top step of the dugout, poised for something good to happen here.
It's another 1-2 pitch. In the dirt. 2-2.
First base is open from the Brewers' point of view, but you opt to pitch to the rookie, Brian Anderson, with the winning run at third base.
The 2-2 pitch, and he got him. Strikes out Brian Anderson, and now with 2 outs, a chance for Daniel Descalso.
Backdoor slider. Just catches the outside corner, and boy, you hate to see a strikeout looking in that situation, no matter what the pitch is.
Molina's had a caught stealing tonight from behind the plate. The 2-run homer advancing on the play moments ago. He represents the winning run. Braun back to left field. First pitch to Descalso. Foul ball. Daniel with a pair of base hits tonight. One pitch.
Oh.
Found it very interesting that they did pitch to Anderson. First base open, load him up, play for that potential double play, but move worked out for Ron Renneke.
It did. I think he just felt that, I guess I want Brian Anderson to beat me and not Daniel Descalso. Descalso runs fairly well, so the double play wouldn't have been a simple thing.
The 1-1 pitch.
I'm still rooting for that wild pitch. And so's Yadier Molina, the runner at third. His hustle got him there to the third, and his instinct.
2-1 pitch. Now 3-1. Adrian Chambers is on deck. Chambers with a strong throw into second base to end the top of the 11th after Maldonado thought he had put the Brewers on top. Ball that did not leave the ballpark and thrown out at second. Here's a 3-1 pitch. Misses outside and the base is loaded.
I love this game. Bottom of the 11th. 1:22 in the morning. Adrian Chambers. Chance to win it for the Cardinals.
And Rick, Chambers hit .413 with runners in scoring position this year at Memphis.
Let's hope that translates to the big league level.
2 outs, bases loaded. Think about the speed of Chambers and how that may play into this ball game too. Beat out a hit. Room left side. First pitch to him. Ball inside.
Almost take a strike here, don't you?
I was about to say the pressure certainly has to be on the shoulders of Lowe. Molina, the winning run down at third. 2 outs, bases loaded. 1-0 pitch to Chambers. Slaps it down the left field line and foul. Even the ball boy or the ball man may have started today as a boy and has turned into a man. It's been a long day. Makes a tremendous play off the sidewall. He's still into this game.
I like it. And so are the fans here. They've been great tonight.
One pitch. This is low and away. 2 balls, 1 strike. The 2-1. Chambers chops it to the right side. Hart is there, steps on the bag, and the Cardinals waste a golden opportunity. Well, 4-4 game here at Busch Stadium. We are now into September the 8th and approaching 1:30 in the morning here at Busch Stadium.
And Lance Lynn is the second answer to the question of what right-hander will Mike Matheny go to. He already used Fernando Salas after he went through the big three. Now it's Lance Lynn's turn. He will pitch the 12th inning. What a great start he had to this season. All-star season for Lance Lynn. 13 victories in the rotation, and then just seemed to kind of lose his command as August rolled on and we got deeper into the season, and then put into the bullpen, and he's been so-so there. Boy, it'd be nice to have him back on track.
Position players left for Mike Matheny, Tony Cruz, Lance Berkman. Jackson is staying in the ball game after trying to sacrifice, and he's at second base now. Bianchi will be the hitter. Struck out a couple of times. He's also had a single, a ground out, 1 for 4. That single was back in the 7th inning.
With the September call-ups, this game has a different flavor for both managers in terms of worrying about innings out of their bullpen. There's plenty of innings left. Plenty. That's not an issue, but how they use their extra men is a different story.
Low strike. This game started at 9:35 after the 2-hour 20-minute rain delay. We approach 1:30. And again, if you've stayed up with us, we'll give you a treat. After our final out, guys at the post-game show have talked about wanting to extend that a little bit longer tonight. And why not?
A lot of situations to talk about.
Some missed opportunities in the game for the Cardinals, really on both sides, but
both teams not very good with
no
runners in scoring position in this game.
You think about opportunity the Cardinals just had, and none bigger than maybe that particular situation.
No question. Got to find a way. Got to find a way to win that in the bottom of the 11th. Logan Schaefer in the on-deck circle for Ron Renicky, 25-year-old outfielder.
3-2 pitch by Lynn. Popped up. Jackson going out, calling for it. And he's got it for the out.
Schaefer, the last left-hander left on his bench. He's going to hit for low. So we'll see another reliever for Milwaukee.
Logan Schaefer with a pinch hitter for Lowe. 4-4 game here in the top of the 12th. Yadier Molina tied it up with a 2-run homer in the 8th. Cardinals at one point led 2-0 in this game. Gallardo and Loesch made the starts. The respective teams. First pitch from Lance Lynn is a strike. Atlanta Braves put up another W last night, since we are in the early hours of September the 8th. That's hit out of play. And Atlanta has 3 consecutive shutouts. The Dodgers, though, they drop a game to the Giants. Schaefer from San Jose, California. And in doing so, Cardinals could put a little space between themselves and Los Angeles. Key 4-game series next week in LA.
It's at 2 games right now in the wild card with both Pittsburgh and LA. So the swing goes either way. Cardinals can prevail here in extra innings.
keep pace with Atlanta. Really break down the Dodgers' remaining schedule. Pretty tough, including the 4 with St. Louis. They've got more games remaining with San Francisco. A positive for the Cardinals will be the 6 games remaining with Houston. They also have 3 with Chicago. Here's the 0-2. Got him. And Molina will argue this. And now Mike Matheny coming out.
It was certainly a swing. The question is, was it a tipped ball, and was he saying that it hit the dirt? We'll have to look at that on the replay, but right now Molina has at least succeeded in getting a discussion. Here's the swing.
Or he's saying he completely missed it. It looked like it clearly hit the dirt.
Well, it definitely hit the dirt. So if he tipped that ball, it is a foul tip, and
right.
It's just a strike.
Foul ball. I think Yachty was saying that he completely missed it. And in that case, strikeout.
Good pitch either way for Lance Lynn, who's been trying to get better command of his off-speed pitches.
Here's the 0-2. Looks like many of you are followers at Ricky H49. Ricky H49 is the Twitter handle for Ricky. Looks like some have left you, Rick, possibly, and not tweeting at you.
There are a couple taking a nap right now, but we did have someone that tweeted that Lance Lynn seems to have simplified his mechanics, and I agree.
What do you see with it?
Well, he's not going over his head. He's just kind of turning and throwing, and I think he's absolutely right. So our Twitter followers are very, very perceptive. And so far, so good for Lance Lynn.
Aoki, and back to the top of the lineup for Milwaukee. 2 outs, nobody on, and a ground ball to short. Descalso makes the play. Can the Cardinals do it in the bottom of the 12th? We're about to find out. Cardinals baseball on Fox Sports Midwest. Is out, hit St. Louis, 11-10. Cruz, Berkman. The last 2 remaining for Mike Matheny as far as position players are concerned. Brandon Kinsler pitching now, the right-hander for the Milwaukee Brewers. Cardinals have Jay, Carpenter, and Beltran due up. Last inning, Cardinals wasted a golden opportunity. First two had reached against Lowe, couldn't bring him in. John Jay has had a solid game. Schaefer stays in the game. He's in right field. Kensler is your new pitcher.
Well, the last time we saw the top of the order for the Cardinals, it was a bit of a surprise. We saw 3 straight strikeouts. Kinsler, the right-hander, has Jay, Carpenter, and Beltran. Jay has 3 hits. Carpenter's been on base 3 times. And you woke up everybody on Twitter, Dan. All of a sudden, you woke them all up.
Swing and a miss. 0-2 on Jay.
We appreciate them hanging with us. The fans here, the fans watching our telecast.
0-2. Sometimes I say, if you're just joining us, this is what's happened. If you're just joining us now, you don't sleep and you're getting ready for your morning job. Jay again hits it hard. Nothing to show for it. John Jay a couple of times has lined out tonight.
We've got some tweets from fans during the game from Spain, from Australia, that are tuning in. And we're glad you're with us.
Taken outside by Matt Carpenter. The top of the lineup has done a lot of damage in this ball game. John Jay and this man, Matt Carpenter. 2 balls and no strikes. Game in many ways for the Cardinals of missed opportunities with runners in scoring position. The 3-0 pitch. 3-1.
Hearing from fans in Houston, Wyoming, New York City. Iowa.
3-1 pitch. And the winning run is on Matt Carpenter. Tim Garcia is up here in the booth. He's been working extremely hard. Can't thank his family and friends for allowing us to pull him away for a few hours and have him gut it out with us up here in the booth. Check swing by Beltran, who's had a tough night, hitless. Average has dipped to 261. We've had some tweets coming in that are upset about a Cubs fan that's behind home plate. You can send Tim down there, a little muscle down there, and shake things up. Oh, 1 pitch. Make it 0-2. Alan Craig on deck. Beltran could win it with 1 swing of the bat. Outfield is deep. Takes a pitch high. Beltran sitting on the 28 home runs. Takes a pitch low. It's 2-2. Carpenter, the runner at first. 2-2 pitch to Beltran. Inside from 0-2 to a full count.
Don't think the Cardinals will send Carpenter here, but it's at least an option to stay out of the double play. You got a 3-2 count. Decent lead off of first. And
Carpenter
he does
is running, and the pitch is taken for a ball. The throw nearly into center field, and Carpenter ran off the bag. But he's all right. He's in scoring position.
So back-to-back walks. He is running on the pitch. Now the throw takes place because Maldonado's not sure if it's a ball or not. Carpenter actually runs by the base. Has to scamper back.
Alan Craig could win it. Craig with a base hit. Back in the 11th inning. He's 1 for 4 on the night. Carpenter, the winning run, he's at second base. First pitch is taken low. Most of the team is out near the top step of the dugout, watching very intently. Game
Kyle
started
Loesch.
with Loesch.
And he's still out in the dugout. How about that?
One-0 pitch. Craig bounces it slowly right side, out at second and out at first. Double play. We're tied up 4-apiece. Taking advantage of opportunities tonight. Milwaukee 3 for 12 with runners in scoring position, and St. Louis is 1 for 12. It's 1:45 the morning here of September 8th. Kathy Lee and Huda, they're already on for Saturday morning. Rick, is that right?
You got me on that one.
Oh, fantastic. We let
People
Kathy Lee and Huda and baseball down here.
People are asking about the latest game I remember. I remember Jack Clark winning a game at 3:01 in the morning against the Dodgers. Had a hit. There was some rain. I believe it was a doubleheader that started late against the Dodgers. Cardinals won both of those games, and Jack Clark won the second game at 3:01. So we got some time left.
Lance Lynn, second inning of work. Milwaukee is out, hit the Cardinals 11-10. This is Ricky Weeks hitting .230.
Again, we're watching Lance Lynn with a simplified windup. He is not going over his head. He's not doing as much of a swinging motion. He's just kind of a little more compact, and maybe this is good for him. Just kind of turning and going.
Off-speed pitch, 1-2. Two balls and two strikes.
Look at the delivery of Lance Lynn. Not going over his head, just turning, very compact, right to the plate.
Out of play. Notice his pace has been a little quicker, too.
No question. Well, it's his pace and his tempo. I mean, he's quicker from pitch to pitch, but even the tempo of the delivery, it's just more together. It's not so kind of loose. And, you know, really, when you tell a young pitcher how to pitch, they think they have to do all kinds of crazy things over their head, but really that doesn't do anything for you anyway. Just kind of gets you going is all it does. But if it throws you off balance, it can actually be a negative.
3-2 the count. Weeks a single back in the 10th. Also had a base hit in the 4th and a run scored. 4-4 game in the top of the 13th. 3-2 pitch by Lynn. High fly ball out to center field. Jay with room. Weeks just missed it. Reed Garcia has checked in on Ricky, age 49. Reed is Tim's dad, who's up here, and Kerry Garcia, excuse me, his dad. Tim is with us up here, his uncle. Either way, he's lived to talk about it. Strike at the knees to Ryan Braun.
Both teams, you mentioned, not very good with runners in scoring position in this game. Both teams have an awful lot of power in their lineup, though, and this is a guy you have to worry about.
Here's a 1-1. Uh-oh. Out to deep left. Did he get enough? At the track, it's at the wall, and it's gone. Ryan Braun has done it again. A solo home run, number 38 this year.
His second hit of the night, but his most important one by a long shot. A hanging breaking ball, just sat up on the inside half. And that is RBI number 100 for Ryan Braun.
.95-mile-an-hour pitch on the outside corner to Corey Hart. The Cardinals have Molina, Jackson, then Lynn spot coming up. Most 100 RBI seasons, and some of the biggest names so pictured there. Brewers in their franchise history. 0-2 the count with one out. Called third strike on Corey Hart, but Braun with 5 of them now to move ahead of Prince Fielder and Cecil Cooper. Two outs, nobody on. Taylor Green up the middle, base hit. Two outs, runner at first, and blew it right by Carlos Gomez. Gomez, Rick, with his speed, swinging the bat, he's trying to hit a 500-foot home run every pitch.
That's the way he runs on the bases, too. Pretty much all out.
Oh, 2. Jammed him, and it's out of play. So again, the Cardinals have Yadier Molina, who tied it up back in the 8th with a 2-run homer. He's due up first, then Jackson. And Lynn's spot.
Probably Lance Berkman.
Cruz would be the only bench player left. And a swing and a miss. Yadi steps and throws and makes the play. A 5-4 lead, bottom of the 13th. Recap the ball game. First inning, the Cardinals jumped out to an early lead. Top of the order did some damage in this ball game. Slide by Carpenter made it 2-0. Then in the 4th inning, ball put in play, scores a run from third, makes it 2-1. That would score Ricky Weeks. 7th inning, Beltran couldn't come up with this drive. Maldonado would score, and then in the 8th inning, Yadier Molina, after this error by Descalso, and then this base hit, RBI made it 4-2. Yadi would tie it up. 2-run homer. And now Braun is giving Milwaukee the lead with that solo shot. Yadi is swinging a miss. Rosenthal starting to fire in the bullpen for St. Louis. Cardinals trailing 5-4. They've now been out hit in the ball game 13-10. We showed you the graphic with runners in scoring position. That has cost St. Louis tonight.
Axford has 25 saves, but he's been very hittable this year. And he's also been very wild. Axford has had a couple of different looks. Gone with the facial hair, then the clean shaven look. He's trying anything.
One ball, one strike.
Does have 74 strikeouts in 57 innings, so he hasn't pitched that poorly. He just can't seem to close out games as well this year.
The 2-1. Much different look too for Axford. Here's a 2-2 pitch to Yadier Molina. Stays alive.
Frustrating bottom of the 11th for the Cardinals. They had back-to-back hits to start that inning. Alan Craig hit one inside the first base bag. Then Yadier Molina lined to hit the center field, his second hit of the night. And then Ryan Jackson couldn't execute the bunt. Then a strikeout, a walk. And Adrian Chambers bouncing out, and they missed an opportunity.
Molina with a drive into right center. Catch made by Gomez for the first out. On the air later tonight at 5:30 for Game 2 of this series. Westbrook and Mike Fiers. One out, nobody on. Jackson looks at strike one.
And it is Lance Berkman on deck. The pinch hit for Lance Lynn.
Ryan Braun, the first Brewer ever. 5 100 RBI seasons. Breaking open the 4-4 game. Also a personal eye for Braun with the 39 homers. Paints the outside corner. Strikeout of Jackson. Ryan Braun, our Budweiser player of the game. In steps Lance Berkman. Berkman with 2 home runs this year. First pitch misses.
Plenty of opportunities for the Cardinals to win it before the 13th.
Yep. 2 balls and no strikes. Berkman would reach. You would more than likely see Joe Kelly as a pinch runner. Kelly is scheduled to pitch and start on Sunday. The 2-0. Inside, 3-0. He wouldn't walk him, would he?
Well, the question is, do you let Lance swing the bat here? I say yes.
Turn him loose on 3-0.
I would.
Here he comes. And he walked him.
And here comes Joe Kelly.
So Joe Kelly, Sunday starter. The pinch runner for Berkman, who draws a 2-out walk as we are now past 2 a.m. here in the Midwest. Daniel Descalso. Outfield is deep. Under normal circumstances, way too deep for Descalso.
They want every ball in front of them, so Descalso can't plug a gap, because you get a gap and maybe Joe Kelly can score from first base. So that's the idea. Play deep, which allows the ball to hit in front of you. Gomez has shown good speed in center field, so he can cover a lot of ground, that's for sure. They just don't want the ball to go to the wall.
Here's a 1-0 pitch. Check swing. Did not go. 2-0. That's 6 straight now thrown by Axford.
How about the at-bat Daniel Descalso had in Washington? 2-run home run in that game in the 7th inning. It was a bright spot of that road trip. Did not end up in a Cardinal victory, however.
Nope. And Maldonado, for the 2nd time tonight, takes a foul tip. And slow to get up. It's been a long night for these catchers and for the home plate umpire.
Yeah, and both of them off the mask. Just, I mean, straight on. Oh, boy.
Here's a 2-1 pitch. Descalso, a good rip and foul back. The Brewers 1 strike away. 2-2 the count on Daniel Descalso. Does have a pair of hits in this ball game to go along with a walk back in the 11th. The 2-2 in the dirt. This is where it gets interesting with 2 outs and the speed of Joe Kelly.
Yeah, significant. They'll be running with this pitch, so now you can play deep if you want, but if a ball is in the gap, he still may score, even if you cut it off. So Kelly's going to be on the move. Descalso now with a better opportunity of driving him in with 1 swing of the bat. Axford having trouble throwing strikes. You never know.
Here's a 3-2 pitch. 3-2 to Descalso. Fly ball, right center. Gomez on the move, and the Brewers take game one. It wraps up at 2:05 in the morning. The 2-hour and 20-minute rain delay, and the Brewers, a long evening of baseball. The wee hours of the morning comes to a close. Cardinals are now at 10 games above the 500 mark in a very tough one to lose. Cardinals had all kinds of opportunities to win this ball game.